Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us for 4th of July. And I invited several of my friends here. There'll be more people joining. And we have Adam up there, and we have Eric down there. And basically, what we're going to be doing is just working on random projects. This is just kind of a free for all today. So if you like nerdy geekiness, this is the place to be. So there you go. So anyway, so Adam, you want to tell us what you're going to be working on here shortly?
Sure, I've got a couple things. I'm going to work on some Apple II power supplies like this, and a couple, maybe if I have time, 2E logic boards.
Okay, very good. All right. And how about you, Eric? What are you going to be working on?
Well, I'm going to be installing software on my iBook. I got it all polished up and cleaned up physically yesterday, so I can't polish it again.
Okay,
But I figured it's a good time to actually install some software and use the thing.
there you go. All right, sounds good. And now Justin's joined us. Hi, Justin. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I made it in.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And what is your plans for this 4th of July party here?
Well, first of all, I heard it was somebody's unbirthday. I
That's
wanted to
funny.
get. I was going to get sparkler candles, but then I realized you have to like put them out. You have to immerse them in water for 5 minutes, and I was like, I looked. I was in the grocery store, and I was mentally thinking about everything around my desk, and I'm like, I do not want to be explaining to my insurance agent why I just burned my basement down. I think I'm just going to get regular candles.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, let's just face it. You said random projects, so
Yep.
eat cake is one of my random projects because it's about that time. But I have a small box of random projects. I need to fix the chicken lips. There's a loose resistor on it. I have a grease weasel that I'm going to try to write a floppy disk image for the Amiga, and I have a little blue scuzzy project I want to try to undertake. So
All right, sounds good. All right.
I
Well,
may
we
work
all
on a
have.
few things from the random box of projects.
All right, very good. Sounds good. Well, I'm going to be working on my. Let me change the camera here. Maybe my other camera. So I'm going to be working. I'm done with this board, this SE board, but I realized I kind of lifted a pad off of here, so I'm going to fix that. And other than that, that's done. And then we're going to get the Franken-Mac out. I need to fix one of the magnets to hold the back cover on it. I have to reglue it back on there. And then the last thing I'll do is I'm going to bring down my keyboard for my Mac Plus, and I've never got around to deoxing the B key to make it work. Hopefully that'll take care of the problem. I'm pretty sure it's just dirty contacts. So, but anyway, so and then whatever else I find to do here. So yeah. So all right. So we can all do our things here, and then like I said, there's going to be. I invited lots of people. There'll be people joining, and should be a lot of fun there. And Tom Barber is here, and Tom, I thought I sent you a link. If you would like to join, if you got something you want to work on, you can join us. If I hadn't sent you a link, I can send you one on Twitter, and you can just check your messages there. So if you'd like to join in, no problem. And then Garth tagged this on Twitter the other day here when I was working on this board a couple streams ago. I bought the capacitor kit. so, so anyway, nobody's letting me live that down there. So anyway, so yeah, and then let's let's see. Yeah, if you want to send me a okay, okay, sure. I'll send you a link here, Garth. Let me get back to Twitter here, and I'll get you a link here. And let me get to.
So I'm trying out some experimental stuff. I don't have the right kind of video scaler to connect this laptop. And so I'm using OS 9 VNC to pick up the screen. And I'm finding some idiosyncrasies, like if I drag, it just immediately drops. I
Really?
can't drag very far without it dropping. So I don't know if I've got a problem with the mouse or it's a problem with VNC or what.
Hmm.
I'll have to experiment some more.
Have you seen Steve's video on scalers?
Yes, and I've checked prices, and it's a little out of my budget right now to get something like that.
There you go, Tom. I just
Ah.
sent it to you. Check your private messages on Twitter.
So it's in the bucket list, to do that. What I'd really like to do is a nice hardware audio mixer too, because doing this with the software you have to is kind of a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I guess the had one. I think it's actually the resistor, because I got one pixel out basically.
Oh. Yeah, it's just one.
It's just one, and it's intermittent. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a resistor that I had soldered and cut the leads, and then realized it was sticking up too far. So I removed it from where it was because it was in the middle of a bunch of components, and put a new one on in that where that one had been. And then I tried to reuse this one, and I think that's where I did wrong. I should have just used a new resistor there. I think one lead's too short. So I just got
You
to.
could leave
That'll
it.
do it.
That's the way quilters do it. They always leave a mistake. Right?
I think in this case, because I would like my Chicken Lips logo to look correct, I think I'll fix this mistake.
Yeah.
I have another mistake on the board that I'll leave. It's a little
there-
less visible. Yeah. I abraded the solder mask on the back somewhere, so oops.
I hate when that happens. Let's see here.
House of Moth. What's this clown party?
Well, it's just everybody working on random stuff, Jay. And if you would like to join, I can send you a link if you want.
Join the clown car.
That's right. This might not be up to your standards, Jay. I don't know. So
Yeah, Jay's too good for us.
I know. Let's see. To zoom in on this here.
Too much beige. Beige for Jay.
Yeah.
Well, my iMac isn't beige. It's actually white. Does that count? Or not iMac, iBook.
Oh, he. You know what? He's got a bunch of beige machines sitting in his downstairs. So
That's true. Oh, he's doing laundry. That's much more interesting than doing.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
There.
I have to connect to my NAS so I can get the stuff I downloaded. Farm keyboard.
Any of you guys need to use a power drill to work on your computer?
I only did that once, and I killed a board doing it. I think it was high voltage or something.
The old Apple II power supplies, that about the first 2 or 3 years, they riveted them shut to keep you out.
That's
So you
cool.
have to drill through the rivets.
Yeah.
Your audio level's a little low, Adam.
Let me fix that.
Let's see here.
Is that better?
Yeah,
That's-
that sounds good.
Cool. Now, for some reason, StreamYard, the auto level doesn't like these headphones.
Yeah, oh yeah, on your headphone, your wireless ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me, I don't know, 3 hours of playing around to get OBS and StreamYard to work right, and I have no idea whether the levels are right or not.
You have to play around with them.
So at least with the free level of StreamYard, they do let you have 5 hours of recording time so that you can test all the stuff out. It's like a visit to the dentist.
What's that?
The drill sounds
Oh.
like a dentist working.
All right, just one more and I'm done.
Oh, it's fine. It doesn't
Still
matter.
good.
I like
Well,
the dentist, actually.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to start using Claris, so
The dog cow moo. Yeah. I'll need to use one of those in a minute too once I start decapping this.
Hey, these are all the sounds of our trade, right?
That's a weird sound.
Yeah.
Did Justin just freeze?
Uh,
I think so.
yeah, I think he's freezing up there.
oh, weird.
The hamster got tired in the wheel, powering his engine.
I'm back.
All right. You're
You're
good.
still distorted audio, like you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now you're still breaking up.
Yeah, it's like low bandwidth sound.
Yep.
All right, StreamYard is actually suggesting to track Chrome.
Sounds like the worst Atari 2600 game I've ever played.
So I think I'm gonna. I asked for suggestions for software to load, and who was it? Suggested a game. So I'm going to start there.
Oh, okay.
I got to go look and see who it was that suggested it. Give credit where credit's due. That way, if it's terrible, I know who to complain about. Retro Techie, Nanosaur.
Oh, here's Tom.
Suggestion.
Hey, Tom.
Hey,
Thanks for joining.
thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, what are you going to be working on today, Tom?
So, I picked up a Apple III a few weeks ago. So I've been working on rebuilding the power supply.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to use
This
one
is
of these React Micro
okay.
power supplies because it had the lovely reefer caps exploded. And at some point, I'll probably do a full recap of the original power supply, but just want to try to get it up and
Okay.
running.
Yeah. Can you, Tom? Can you turn your audio up just a little bit more?
Yeah, it has this.
Yeah, it's good. Perfect. Yeah, good. Yeah, excellent. Justin was having some issues. He'll be back. So, oh, he lost his internet connection. Yikes.
Oops.
Now he's got to reboot to the cable modem.
I broke in, even with their stupid rivets.
Uh-huh.
How many rivets are there?
To get the bottom off, just 2.
Must.
Basically, they put 2 rivets where 2 screws would normally be.
So you just replace them with screws when you're done.
Yeah, the holes, luckily I drilled it out just the same size, so the same type of screw should fit. I just have to thread it.
It's just sheet metal, right?
Sorry?
It's just sheet metal,
Yeah, these are aluminum.
so you don't have to tap kit or anything like that. You can just
No, just screwing in. If I use a good enough screw, it should be able to just screw in once and make the threads as I go. I just have to be careful to do it straight. I got to see if my cap kit is actually the right cap kit for this, because this is so old that sometimes they don't line up. This is from '79.
I was a bit of an idiot. My father-in-law was a die maker when he was young. And he had a whole slew of tools that I didn't recognize, didn't know what they were. He had tap kits for just about everything, and I didn't pick them up. They ended up.
That sucks.
Yeah.
So I've been shooting myself in the foot over that. I've got a radial arm saw I can't use because I don't really have a need for it, but I could have used the tap kit more. Oh well.
This cap kit's actually for a slightly different revision. But I think it'll still work.
Where'd you get the cap kit from?
This is from Console 5.
Yeah.
This is for 11040B, and the one I have is just an 11040, which predates it by a couple of years. The main difference between those is this is the original that had the 115 volt switch that you can flip over to 230.
Mm-hmm.
And there's cost savings. They got rid of that. So I won't be able to recap the 230 volt side, but I'm not too worried about that.
I see. Yeah, they're a great company to work with. When I recapped I tried to figure out the caps to buy because there wasn't a kit available for the 180C video board, and so I made my best guess at it because you got to start somewhere, right? And asked him if he wanted to review the list and see if he had suggestions for the right chips to get or textures to get. And he was very polite about reworking my list.
Yeah.
And made a couple of suggestions. There were some, I think the inverter board or the AC/DC board had a couple of, what are they, poly caps. I can't remember the. the full name for them. They're not the ones that tend to fail and leak. Anyway, he said they looked good. He wouldn't replace them. So,
Yeah.
but it worked out great. He built a kit for it and sent it out.
Cool.
Looks like my VNC froze. That's no problem with doing it this way. I really need to get a good, decent
Oh.
capture.
Justin's back.
Hey, Justin,
There, Justin.
you joined the current century. Got your broadband back.
Oh, got no audio.
I'm back.
Oh, there he is. Okay, good. There you go.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to restart
Hello.
my cable modem.
Just use dial-up, man. Dial-up is for anyone.
Dial up in a quick cam is all you need.
Yeah, that might be more reliable than my internet sometimes. You can always count on Comcast to glitch your connection when you least want them to.
Of course.
You're doing Comcast too.
Well, my
Right.
only other choice is CenturyLink.
No, I don't have any other choice.
Oh,
I can't even do a Verizon hotspot. Too far from both AT&T and Verizon cell towers to get decent reception.
All right. Cam
When
over
I
here.
first got broadband, it was Media One, and unfortunately, they got bought up by Comcast. I guess I got to restart the DNC server, maybe the client. I'm not sure.
yeah. I mean, I checked with CenturyLink just to see what they were offering in this neighborhood under the probably non-existent chance they offered fiber internet in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
Nope, they offer the complete opposite. Like,
Apparently, they're putting fiber in my neighborhood soon, so I'm pretty excited about that.
That's great.
well, at least they're putting fiber somewhere. Yeah, they were. I think they were like, "Congratulations, you qualify for like 3 megabit DSL or something like that." I'm like, "Congratulations, you're no longer a contender for Justin's internet service provider." I mean, seriously, the webpage that I think they showed me was like acting as if this was the greatest speed in the world.
Oh, of course. That's marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went to Comcast's website and thinking to myself, well, if Comcast at least offers 4 megabits, they win. And they're like, well, you can go all the way up to the gigabit cable plan. I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm going with Comcast then.
Are you
Yeah.
using your own modem or their rented one?
I'm using my own modem because I don't care how many times they try to convince me their rented modem is better. It's probably not.
Yeah, I'm using their rented modem. Mostly out of just, laziness.
Yeah, also fortunate enough to live right by a cell tower, so I have 5G T-Mobile home internet right now, and I get like 300 megs a second down, which is pretty good.
Nice. That's
So
sweet.
I luckily don't have to deal with Comcast anymore.
I think I figured out why the resistor was not working that great.
Huh.
the leg on the one side of it just completely fell off when I desoldered it.
Oh, that'll do it.
Good indicator. It's not
All right. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Luckily, I had a few leftover resistors and I put them in a safe spot just in case. And I didn't manage to lose them like I do sometimes when I put things in a safe spot. So there we go. Now I can try to take pictures of it again to update my video thumbnail. Because the LED's fixed.
Nice.
Yeah, I took pictures, I guess, last night, and I didn't realize how out of focus they were. So this afternoon, I pull up Photoshop to start editing the thumbnail, and I take one look at the photos. I'm like, wow, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
All right.
Beep, beep, beep.
Yeah.
Demo mode for this game doesn't appear to be doing anything. Great.
All right, let's see.
Anybody happen to know a key sequence for ending a program? No.
Command Option Escape.
Hey, Garth.
Hey,
Hello.
Good.
Hey, Garth.
Hey, everybody.
Good.
Hi.
So, what are you going to be working on today, Garth?
I have two things. I might work on my iMac or something else, but I think I'm going to work on the iMac first because I want to rip it apart, put paste on it, put some RAM in it, put a airport card in it, and yeah.
There you go. Nice.
I did want to show something if I can, though.
Sure. Let me make
Well,
a-
it's more of a hearing thing. Let's see if it does it. But this thing was doing this weird beeping thing on boot, and I did some googling, and turns out probably what it is something bad.
Uh-oh.
It's very good diagnostics, but yeah, it's kind of funny. So I wanted to try it out so I can hear it first, so in case I manage to fix it. So let's see what it sounds like. So it does it. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. So it'll turn on. You get video, but make beeping noises.
Oh,
Hmm.
that's more like a buzzer,
Memory?
a beep.
Yeah.
That means your pizza's ready.
Yeah.
But it's funny, it'll beep for a while, and then it stops and it boots fine.
Huh.
So that was funny. I actually found one guy was talking about it and on the web,
Uh-huh.
and because it doesn't sound like the typical like, hey, your RAM's bad or something like that. And,
Right.
but anyway, he's like he went into the system, he reseated the RAM, and he swapped out the hard drive, and then it went away. So he's not sure what it was. So anyway, it just makes me feel better about what it was. But I thought it might just be like something like the power supply
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Which
Hey,
is probably
Sean.
gonna go anyway.
Get in there.
Maybe the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your iMac.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Had this been a people emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly. All right.
They'll
Thanks
open up
for-
the iMac and there'll be like thunderstorms inside of it, and then they'll go away and the Mac turns on.
Lightning, and you'll get shot.
Yeah,
The funny thing is, that's exactly what it does sound like. It sounds like the National Weather Service thing, right?
it does.
So, Dinosaur was a bust. It blew chunks, and I couldn't get it. But thanks for the key sequence for force quitting, but it froze.
Yeah.
So it really
Dinosaur won't run on
that
that.
or BNC is throwing being goofy.
All right. Let's see what I can do here.
Oh,
So actually,
Hope you're having a good 4th of July, Sean.
Yeah, Starbucks test. I thought it might be memory test too, but usually that's earlier on during boot. I'm not sure what it is, and again, it doesn't sound like any other boot beep or air tone I've ever heard before.
Did you change the RAM in it?
I did not. I don't think I took it out of the socket. I have new RAM. And I'm not going to change the hard drive though. So that'll be another time.
If it boots up tons,
Yeah.
could it be good RAM and there's something else?
Yep. Well, the guy at 9 had implied that after he changed the hard drive, it went away. So, which I don't know why, right? Why would the hard drive anything do that? So
That's
possibly something loose too.
Are you putting the SSD in it, or
No, not today.
okay? All right.
So I'm going to set this thing up. This camera is terrible for this. Yeah, I have no plan. You'd be looking at my face.
I like the neck rock. That's good.
You like that? My neck rock, yeah.
Are those things pretty temperamental and easily broken?
This one actually seems kind of loose. At least it did when I first picked it up and I bought it. It looked kind of wonky, but I don't know. It's not too bad. This one's actually not too bad shape because a lot of them get really, loose and they just basically fall really easily,
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of them for sale locally to me,
Yeah.
but they both want ridiculous prices. I think one's $200 and the other's $150. The $200 isn't working.
Yeah, that's not worth it. Yeah.
$20 maybe.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting them out. Give them a few weeks where nobody buys it. I'll offer them less.
I have another one. Actually, I have two of these ones now. This is the second one. So I have another one that's this exact spec, and I've had that one for probably 5-6 years easily. But I think I bought it for I think it was $20. But the cool thing, it came with the speakers, but it also came with one of the iSub speakers, the USB subwoofers. Actually, I still need to take that apart. As a dead spider in it. It's hilarious. All right, time to crack out the old Torx bits. Let's see if I can show you all that.
This is really weird. There's 4 caps in here that are the same. They're all 250 volt, 47 microfarad, but one of them has got a sleeve on it. It's just odd.
For heat?
Maybe, but it's just sitting next to 2 of the same of itself.
Is that a 2C power supply?
No, this is an Apple II power supply.
Apple II?
Yeah.
I've seen
Are you
Apple power
recapping
supplies that. I've seen Apple power supplies where they sleeved random capacitors for some reason.
Yeah, inside the 2Cs, most of them have a cap that's sleeved, but it's always the same every time. It's the first time I've ever seen one like this where it's just one random one out of 4 that are all the same. Unless that's... No, they're all the same rating. That's weird.
Sean says throw it away.
Okay.
The sleeve or the power supply?
Both.
I think he meant the whole thing.
No.
So what are you doing that, Adam? You going to change caps in it or something?
Yeah, I'm going to recap this one. It actually marginally works.
Yeah.
This is a really early design. This is from my 79 Mac, or Apple II. It doesn't even have a reefa cap in it. They didn't really noise filtering? Nah, we don't need that. I actually want to sell one of my early Apple IIs, and I want a supply that's authentic to the period, so I'm going to recap it.
Tom, what are you working on? That looks you're building a reactive micro one, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in my Apple III.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I have one of those in my 2GS. Okay, where'd the solder wick go? Oh, there's. Oh,
Oh, he says the iMac. Throw it away. Right.
oh yeah, that's fine.
The iMac. Wow.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll e-waste it for you. Send it to me.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, funny. Hey, Eric, I don't know if you saw a cool program that run on that and runs nicely in OS 9 is Bernie to the Rescue. It's an Apple II GS emulator.
Yeah, I
And,
saw your comment. I'm going to add that to the list.
So one thing I might say that might be interesting for you, because I don't know how much, I don't think you have any Apple II hardware, right?
Nope.
So I used to use it way back in the day, like a lot. It's actually really convenient. If you want, I can give you, I have a couple like disk images, like drive images and stuff. I can give to you fairly easily that you can just like kind of start it up and have it ready to go. But I haven't used one of them in like, it's been a very long time.
Yeah,
I don't have
Apple.
any Apple II hardware.
I've never used an Apple II. In fact, I think I misspoke in my last stream. I said it was 98 was the last time I used
Yep.
a Mac. Previously, it was actually 88, 89.
Oh, geez, yeah.
In college, I had access to Macs, and then after I graduated, it was all PCs and Windows stacks. So I didn't get into a Mac again until I picked up my MacBook in 2010.
Yeah, I have a tip. Solder gets hot.
And thank you.
Don't get it
Captain.
on your skin.
I've read
Yeah.
stories about that. Yeah.
So the nice person who assembled this at Aztec back in 1978, they were very kind and they decided to bend over all of the legs of all of these caps.
Yikes.
So I don't even get to use my desoldering iron.
Your Moo Moo machine.
Yeah. Well, I could use it, but it would still require the wick, so I'll just do the wick.
I mean, I could see bending maybe 1 or 2 pins just to kind of help, but why all?
These are early enough that they were probably hand soldered, and they were probably just like put them in, bend them all, and then solder them off.
So I think while I'm in here, I'm going to pull the battery anyway, because actually, I think it works actually. But, I'm not planning on keeping it in there, so.
Oh, one of my Facebook friends, I think yesterday, discovered exactly how hot water is on an airplane when they do tea service.
Oh,
And she wasn't the one getting tea either. It was, I think, someone beside her in the plane. Unfortunately, there was turbulence right when the stewardess was trying to hand over the water to another passenger, and she got water
that
spilled on
sucks.
her arm. Yeah, I know. It's like, ow.
Well, the important thing is, did the cap say contents may be hot? Because lawyers.
Because lawyers, yeah. I think I soldered a micro SD socket.
Yay.
Intentionally?
Intentionally, yeah.
Good. You didn't put the solder like you were on the chicken lips.
Okay.
I've got one more blue SCSI out to build.
Actually, despite the fact this looks like a blue SCSI, I'm actually going to deviate from the build process at some point. But I thought I'd at least attach the micro SD socket for practice, even though I actually don't need it for what I'm going to do.
This paste on here is like,
petrified.
yeah. Powder.
Oh, I think.
Sorry, I typed during KVMs that work with Retro Max, Windows, and
Oops, I made a mistake
mean,
when I ordered resistor
Really, it should
mats.
just work as long as you're not way too old, Max. I mean, if you have an adapter that gets, yeah. So there's things, right? Anyway, but some KVMs will break the EDID reading of the chain of the display, basically. And obviously, if it's a sense code display, really old Mac, you have to use some adapter anyway. So there's a high probability you'll just end up getting it working anyway with the right adapters and stuff.
Right.
And obviously, the PCN's simpler. If you're using any sort of more modern Mac, like a G3 or something, there's definitely no problem at all. It'll just work. Just
Oh.
adapt the connector.
Because I've got 3 keyboards in front of me, and I keep using.
Okay. So actually, never mind. The keyboard's another story. I mean, if it's USB, it doesn't matter, right? But yeah, if you have a PS2 KVM something, yeah, then you're getting the adapters and stuff. I actually used to use years ago a USB one with my Mac and PC at the same time, but it was like a G3, blue and white G3. So at that point, everything was USB anyway. So. And it was way better than the crummy keyboards Apple had at the time.
One down, 20 to go.
All right. Progress.
I don't
Yeah.
have any sort of screen that's going to.
How much RAM do you have in that computer, Eric?
I don't know.
Like more than 256?
No, it's probably 256.
Okay. That should run. I mean, I'm not sure why it's crashing.
Well, I could try the older versions.
She's clean. All right.
All right. Pace is pretty bad on that.
Yeah, it's just it wasn't too horrible. Just kind of kicked on and stuff. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
So you guys want to see the old versus the new in 40 years versus technology?
That's
See
fine.
that?
Oh wow. Yeah.
Now, is it
Same
just-
rating.
Different materials, or
Just improvement in technology. The old ones, same rating, but they were only rated for 85C, and the new ones are still 250 volts, but they're 105C, so they're even better.
Yeah. Our capacity. Yeah.
They'll put up with more heat. Make sure I put the polarity in right.
Yeah, that's good.
We want to see fireworks.
Well, it is a holiday.
We want to keep the fireworks outside. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that my camera and my computer are on a different circuit than the soldering station and the workbench. So if I do blow it up, you'll be able to see it.
Unless it's a catastrophic explosion.
Well, if it takes down the whole breaker, yeah, then I'll. Well, there's still a UPS though, so.
Yeah, I have one of those upstairs. I have my iMac plugged into it and a couple of things, router and stuff. So gives you a little time.
I've got a rack of APC UPSs, so I got quite a while.
Oh
I
wow,
lose power.
nice. Mine was free. I found it at the dumpster. I just had to put a new battery on it. Works great.
Yeah, most of mine are rejects from offices where I just had to replace the batteries. Got really lucky finding no rack mounted ones. They're like, get rid of these. I'm like, you can just put new batteries. They're like, no, we want the new one that has the network card in it. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I took them and put the network card in myself anyway.
Okay, cool.
Oh, this is tight. take out the weird one with the goofy cover on it. I think the cover is a trap because you can't tell what side is the negative when it's on there. I think the board's marked though. Yeah, board is marked.
All right.
Yeah, that's right. I am not going to put a little condom on my new one.
Well, it's pretty close condom. The whole end of it's open, isn't it?
What's funny is
the. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
On the old ones, they were actually touching because they're so big.
Oh,
The new ones have tons of space between them, so I'm not worried about that little sheath or whatever it was.
yeah. It'll have plenty of air. Do those power supplies have fans?
No.
No?
No, Steve Jobs does not like fans.
Oh, I know that. Which is why there were third-party fans for everything.
Just,
What's funny is on the Platinum 2E and the 2GS, they actually built the power supply to accommodate a fan. It has like the ring cutouts and everything, but they nixed it the last second, and then you could buy the fan as a part, but only in Europe for some reason.
Really?
Huh.
Yeah.
That's weird.
I think educational market might have had access to that part, but it was like, no, we don't want to give them the idea that these things overheat. So,
Oh.
and the thing is, educational market, they never put anything extra in their computers really anyway, so they're the only ones who didn't need it.
Hey, good going, Seagull in the chat there.
What happened?
Oh, Seagull. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh,
Like,
that's
Retro
great.
Techie took care of that.
Oh, I liked that message. I need to pay attention to the chat more. Oops. Just dropped my flush cutters.
That's right, Tech 190Q. It's an iMac E4.
To answer the previous question about
Hey,
memory,
Tech 190Q.
it says 256 meg in it.
So I think Justin must be the one working on the most modern piece of equipment here.
Probably.
Is Chicken Lips. Or is he done with that already?
Who's got
Now he finished that. He's doing a blue
Okay.
SCSI, looks like.
There we go.
I got a couple of those to put together, but
Well, luckily I discovered that because I thought for a moment I had ordered the wrong resistor nets because one of the packages was marked 22 ohms and not 220 ohms. But it appears as if Mauser's label's wrong because they are clearly 220 ohm resistor
Yeah.
nets.
Well, what's a,
I've had them do that once actually on a with some of the cap. It's like part of the label was cut off. I'm like, wait, what is this? And I was totally right, but it seemed like it just got it just truncated it or something.
Well, yeah, it got truncated in a really weird way because
Yeah.
right there it says 22 ohm. But if you look
Huh.
up the part number, that's a
Yeah.
220 ohm.
Yep.
Yeah, they
Mine was cut off at
truncated.
the very end. Yeah.
Yeah, this one's truncated
Right.
in a very important place.
But I wonder if it was like a field though, right? But I mean, it's weird. But there's no space between 22 and ohm, so yeah, who knows? That's pretty funny. That's just
Yeah.
wrong.
just don't do like one of our other retro friends does and put the wrong resistor nets in the wrong spots.
Oh yeah, he did that.
You know who I'm talking about.
I know
don't
who
wanna
you're talking
I
about.
don't want to call him out. It's mean. But he's done it twice, so.
Yeah, Tom
that's
Tom
right,
knows
is
who
it?
it is, too.
yeah, he did it twice, but not on Dave's board, I don't think.
No,
But
he did mine right. Yeah.
But he
the
did one
other two-
recently
the other
that he
two
was
we
doing on
built.
stream. While he was making the instructions. Which I thought was funny.
Well, you have to try all the different permutations, right?
All right. RAM upgraded and an airport card.
Nice.
Yeah, this iBook has an airport card in it, but just casually trying to join the network, it doesn't work. It's probably because it's
You need an older
right.
Wi-Fi,
Yeah,
the unsecure Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I run an old airport base station. It's like one of the last G ones, just for retro stuff. I only turn it on when I'm using the retro thing.
Yeah.
yeah, I could do that. Something like it. I mean, if it's just the Apple machine network, who cares, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
No.
actually,
We'll figure it out.
if I want to use like the PowerBook or something, wherever, I have a 802.11n to Ethernet little doohickey.
Mm-hmm.
I just plug the short cord into between them, and then it can sit on the modern network.
Yep.
I'll give it that. There it is.
Yeah, I'd like, the battery in this iBook actually lasts about an hour. So I'd like to, take it with me, use it as a portable.
Sounds pretty
Take
good.
these caps and throw them in the trash. I already lost one. There it is.
I have to compete with the, what do you call them? The hipsters in Starbucks, that are hauling typewriters with them.
Oh yeah. Got some good action here going with the screen capture.
Let's see what I got here.
Brilliant. Good enough. All right, let's fire the sucker up and see what beepy noises it makes now. Maybe none. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. I don't know. Something. There's a power button on this. Should have turned on my monkey. That would be
Now,
funny.
chicken noises.
Oh, it's beeping. Oh well.
That sucks.
So maybe it is the hard drive. I don't know. I mean, why would it do that though, right? And then it stops and boots. Weird. Whatever. It's a feature, not a bug.
Warning you, it's going to start up.
Yep. All right, where's my disk? Disk.
That does sound like that might be the hard drive. Maybe the voice coil is.
But it only does it at boot, and it's very distinct. It sounds like something's creating that noise, right? Not just like a grindy noise or something, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Maybe the voice coil's having trouble getting started, and that's the. Or something in the hard drive's having trouble getting started, and that's the noise it's making because it's.
Yeah. I mean, once I, I probably will eventually rip it out or something, maybe. I should be able to test that just by plugging it in, obviously externally, something like that.
I mean, either that or Johnny Ive hid a little Easter egg in it that if someone was using the Mac after it was like triple obsolete, according to Apple standards, it beeps at you on startup.
Yep.
Oh, they would never do anything like that.
Well, good news. It looks like the output drive's not working. Didn't actually test it.
Oh, the optical drive's not working?
No, I don't think it is.
It's plugged in?
Yeah. I should have showed this.
Oh, a lot of stuff on there.
Yeah, don't look at that too close, I guess. It's all the previous owner stuff. Yeah, it's just not mounting a disk even in the OS. So yeah, I'll just try to boot off it like an idiot. Like, oh, it'll just work.
Well, you know what? Just if there's nothing on there that, as far as application, just wipe the drive and reinstall the OS on it.
Well, that's all I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I think for right now,
that'll-
though, I'm gonna go.
Maybe that'll fix the problem. You never know.
I'm gonna go grab a. I'm gonna go grab an external firewire drive. So I'll be right back.
I could see why people use graphic converter. I've been using GIF converter
Uh-huh.
to do graphics editing for hypercurve and stuff, and it works just fine. But when I was doing my live stream the other day, somebody assumed it was graphic converter, and I'm like, oh no, I've never used that. Graphic converter is pretty featured. It looks like. Maybe I'll have to switch.
Here's a dumb question. If I have I think this should work. It's 16 volt, 330 microfarad. If I switch it out for still 330 but 25 volt, that should still be fine, right?
Yep.
Okay,
As long as the voltage is higher. Just the rating.
that's what I thought.
Actually, yeah, Eric, that was me actually, because I thought you said I thought you were just mispronouncing it, like graphics converter, diff converter. But yeah, when you showed the diff converter thing, that actually looked pretty cool too. But graphics converter is also really cool.
I have graphic converter both on classic stuff and they have a version for modern OS 10.
Yeah, it's like BB. They're still around. It's pretty cool. Okay, so here's the drive I'm going to use. This nice little C drive, little FireWire drive.
Oh, let me make you big here.
Oh no, it's fine. It's just I'm just showing the drive real quick. Just let's see.
Oh,
Nothing
is that
special.
it? Go ahead and make them big. I'd like to see it.
It's a LaCie.
There you go.
Got just a LaCie enclosure. It's got FireWire ports on it and stuff, and optical drive.
Cool.
Works great. This is I still don't have. I'm really well equipped to like reinstall OSs on like 68K Macs and early PowerPCs, but I've got nothing really set up very efficiently for installing stuff onto like later, G3, G4s and stuff. So I'm using everything off optical discs. So I need to create like a nice FireWire bootable hard drive and stuff. I've got all the stuff to do. I just need to spend the time to do it. Do a big install party.
Yeah,
I gotta say, this old lead solder just flows like great.
Yep.
I hate working on unleaded stuff.
Yeah.
lead solder. Yeah, I was thinking about setting up a server so that I could do install directly from the server.
Yeah.
Both for classic and some of the earlier stuff. One of these days.
Good old FireWire drive works.
Good.
I don't have any FireWire drives.
I don't either. I'm gonna have to. I had one a long time ago, and I don't know what happened to it. I think I gave it to somebody, but they're very, very handy for sure.
I just got this. I don't have it right next to me right now, but I got a LaCie. It's like one of those little tough ones. I remember what they're called. Tough. They're the ones that have the orange like kind of coating on the outside, the little rubber and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And but it has USB. Gosh, is it 3 also? It's definitely USB 2, but it has FireWire on it, and it's one of the really small ones. I'll go grab it just so I can show you. But so yeah, I bought it, and it came with, I don't even know what the hard drive was. It just got it on eBay, and so I ripped it out, but I put an SSD in. I'm going to use that actually as my little install drive thing.
Okay.
Didn't boot off the drive. That's hilarious. I guess it doesn't look at the FireWire drive as a CD drive.
Make that your startup drive.
Yeah. Lame. Not boot. There we go. I'm gonna grab the other drive so I can show you. It's kind of cool.
The tea in Boston Harbor. They're in chat there.
Using VNC on this is not working out too well.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so this is the drive I got. It's one of these guys.
Oh, that's neat. That's neat looking.
FireWire 800, and I think it's USB 3. Like, I'm pretty sure it's USB 3.
Wow.
And it's a rugged drive, and I put a 256 gig SD in it. The nice thing about it is that it's bus powered, so that's it. Just this one little thing. You get a cable, boom, and it's, with an SSD, and it's solid state everything. So
it's called a rough drive. Is that what you said it was?
it's rugged.
Rugged drive. Okay. 256
like a
gig.
popper it comes off.
Yeah. Cool.
But it came with another drive. I can't remember what size it was. I think it was 500 yes, but it was spinning rust. But so I just put an extra SSD I put in it.
Oh, I've seen those before. I think I used to have one of those a long time ago.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, we used to use them at work for backup drives, the Thunderbolt ones.
Oh, okay.
Which is nice too, but it's only Thunderbolt, so.
Yeah.
And internally, it's just SATA.
Yeah, just a regular
Nice.
SATA connector inside it.
Okay.
Yay, it's installing.
Hey, look at that. Tiger. Hey, you when you get that going, you should throw a sorbet leopard on her. It'd probably run really good on that.
Yeah, so that's remember I mentioned about this? Saying
there you go.
Because you kind of really need to install that off an image or a server or something, right? So
Yeah.
so just having to do
Very
it. I want to set up a drive for one for PowerPC and one for Intel, right?
Yeah.
And
Cool.
I actually have one for Intel sort of already, but I don't really have one for PowerPC.
Yeah. Yeah, because I run that sorbet on my cube. Runs great.
Yeah. I haven't run it yet. I'd like to set it up on something and see both. I did check, by the way, you can't really very easily install OS 9 onto this one, and even with the HackerOn one of the big problems is there's no graphics drivers for the GPU in this.
Oh, yeah.
So
Interesting.
I don't have any desire to run OS 9 with no acceleration or anything. It's just it'll be terrible.
Yeah.
I think I just realized I did something in a slightly nonsensical manner.
Uh-oh.
I put the SCSI connector on and then realized that I didn't get the resistor nets backwards. I forgot to put the resistor nets on, and they're still sitting over to the side because I realized I needed to put the header pins over. Yeah, now I'm having fun putting them on. Well, I guess at least I didn't get them backwards.
The last one of those I did, the thing I forgot was to put the diodes on first.
Oh, that does make it challenging, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, now if folks are wondering, wait a minute, where's the blue pill? There's not going to be a blue pill on this one.
We don't need no stinking blue pill.
I don't need no stinking blue pill.
It's all for show anyway, really.
Yeah, that doesn't actually do anything. They just want to upcharge you.
It just blinks the lights.
Because
Speaking of
Yeah.
Just kidding.
That's why there's header pins instead of a blue pill on here, because I'm going to use jumper wires to connect something different to it. Yay!
Ah.
Although,
black pill?
no,
A black pill.
Take the red pill.
Well, I guess they make it. But who is it? At Controva, whatever. I can't remember how to pronounce it. It makes the Power Builder, or not Power Builder. Power Book, Blue Scuzzies, has been using a black pill, and it's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
What was that, Raspberry Pi? What is that?
Justin's going to use a PowerPC G5 CPU.
yeah. That was a
The low
teensy.
power one.
That'll overheat, I think.
Oh, yeah.
World's fastest melting blue scuzzy. The Blue Scuzzy G5.
You have to have a big old heat sink and fan on it, right?
Yeah.
Scuzzy drive's bigger than your computer.
The heat sink is like a aluminum trash can welded to it. Yeah,
Look at that beautiful captain tape.
We've detected you've changed your G5 processor. Now you need to run the recalibration tool. Max fan speeds. I thought I would put this is my, I guess, Blue Scuzzy carrier board so that I can try experiments. And I'll have to put header pins on my teensy. Actually, I've got two teensies. I just can't find one of them, so I'll put header pins on it whenever it shows back up on top of my desk, wherever it's managed to hide. What I'm first going to do is there's apparently a fork of Blue Scuzzy that Eric told me about called Green Scuzzy. So the first step is I'm going to try to get Green Scuzzy running on the teensy microcontroller that it's set up for, and then I'm going to see if I can swap teensies and get it to build for the Teensy 4.1. Which has a faster microcontroller.
So you're looking for a speed game.
I'm going for the speed game.
I have an F4 Blue Scuzzy that's pretty fast. I've got it in a Quadra 700 right now. It's not self-buildable though, it's all SMD. I mean, I guess you could, but you'd be crazy.
Alright.
Okay, there are two Bernie the Rescue, or Bernie 2 the Rescue sets at Macintosh Garden.
Is there a 2.0 version?
Okay, there's a starter kit 3.0, and it's got all the versions in it. It looks like.
I should just give you my whole install. I have two. To be honest with you, it's not hard, but you got to get your ROM file and your 2GS ROM and obviously some OS or something, right?
Right.
On disk image and stuff. I should just bundle those up for you and put them somewhere.
Okay.
Don't have.
Well, I'll skip this one for today then.
Yeah, let me do that. Okay. And,
okay. Sure. No hurry.
Do. Yeah, I'll figure out something.
Yeah. No hurry on that though, honestly.
Because it's actually kind of convenient because it's all ready to go. And I know, so there's two things. I know there's I think it's a 2.5 version, and then there's a later one, 3.0, that I have that was like more of a later beta. And then they kind of disappear. There actually might be a better 2GS emulator for classic Mac OS 9 and stuff, but I just used this one back in the day, and it was really good.
Well, there's a HyperCard version released for the
2GS. Yeah.
So there's a guy who's actively converting a lot of the HyperCard stacks that are not targeted for it to work on it. So that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Well, one of my images definitely, I have like System 6 installed, ready to go, bootable in an image. So that's kind of handy. And then also, I'm pretty sure the images also include a bunch of the disk images do installs and yada, yada, yada. You just create these little container files that run the all stuff. I'm going to mute myself because I think I'm going to get started up movie here.
I just had a Microsoft Minute estimate from this. It said 47 days to copy.
All right. Yeah, Rich Techie, I might actually take this apart and rip out the, since I know it's probably bad, the optical drive. But,
Isn't that just a standard optical drive with the end of the tray ripped off?
Yep.
Do you already have another one that'll fit in it, or?
I think I do. I'm not 100% sure, though. I have drawers of parts.
Drawers of pots.
Drawers. I have to turn that off. You guys can't see my password.
Stream on my place I can see the chat had frozen, I guess. Oh yeah, Retro Techie says throw it away. Okay.
He has such helpful advice, doesn't he? Yeah.
Well, that was my advice, but he stole that line from me.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
I always
I'm
say
going to start
that.
my old Apple ID. Beagle@apple.com. Will it still work?
No.
No, it didn't work.
When I worked at the Los Angeles Times, I had set the password on the main router as password. And it worked for like 3 years after I left.
Right. Wait,
Did
were
you
checking
need
for
something,
3
maybe?
years
I muted my mic.
What?
Hey, Garth. Retrocheck, you said something about unplugging the optical drive.
Yeah. So it's a good point too, because remember I said when I looked up online with those beeping words, the person said when they swapped out their hard drive, it went away. So they weren't 100% sure because they went in and unplugged stuff too. But yeah, it could very well be because of the optical drive. Right? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
it's just a weird sound. I've never heard that before.
It is.
Yeah. So I am kind of curious. I might just rip all that stuff out.
I've never heard that sound either, and I used to do in-service Apple Care repairs on that model.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Okay. Well, that is weird then.
Yeah, it's not your typical memory issue noise.
It sees all the RAM. That's good.
Nice.
I remembered which way the polarity was this time. 16 volts, 680 microfarad. 16 volts, 680 microfarad. There we go. Yeah, I didn't bother to look at the instructions for this kit. I'm just doing it.
I didn't bother to look up the instructions for the Blue Scuzzy, and of course now I'm to one part left that I also forgot to put on the board, and I got to figure out what'll work. It'd be the
They just
resistors.
sent extra parts with it. It's fine.
Yeah.
This actually, I had to order all the parts for this board.
Oh, you're one of those fancy people that does it yourself? What?
In this case, oh, I also buy Blue Scuzzy kits, but in this case, yes, I'm doing this one myself. Tom, do you happen to know what value resistor I need for the LEDs?
It depends. I do like 330 ohm usually.
Okay.
And it depends on the LED and how bright you want it to be.
Just a decent average value, because I don't know what LED I'll put there. 330 ohms sounds reasonable.
That's funny. I was missing. I bought a Blue Scuzzy and I was missing the resistor on it, or the whatever, and so I just put 1,000 I think on it, and it works. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, it'd probably work. Your LED just wouldn't be as bright.
Yep.
Yeah, for the like SC LEDs, usually like a 330 works pretty well for that.
And that sounds like a value of resistor I probably have over in my stack of spare resistors. I just have to find one.
Okay. Frog find running out. All right. All right. So let's see here. What am I going to do?
What is the noise?
Yeah, this is like tricky spot. Tricky.
Sounds like somebody's trying to hide a body or something.
Shite. No.
There we go.
All right, I'll rip out the drive. Why not? By the way, I've gone into these iMacs before over the years, and I've never ever replaced any of the thermal paste. It always looked okay, but it's like, this is years ago, right? Mind you, so I was like, it's good enough.
That's fine.
Well,
Yeah, that's got that's got the strangest heat pipe system in it.
yeah, silly, weird, silly. All right, this is kind of foolish and silly, but I'm gonna do it right now anyway.
10 volt 220.
There's about 4 or 5 boards I need to recap. I've got all the parts finally for, and I think a couple of power supplies, but I need to pull the caps, and that's kind of loud.
Yeah. Somebody else is already doing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that either. It's the other loudness, right?
Is it the swearing?
Yeah. No, my hot air station, right?
Oh, you do it that way. Okay.
Well, these are surface mount stuff. I need to recap boards, so
Too modern.
yeah.
Boring. I took all the SMD caps off a 2SI board I have just to stop the damage.
Yeah.
And that was some stinky stuff, and I don't want to ever do that again.
Yeah. Yeah. Last time I did it, I did 3 boards like in the same sitting, and so this time I might do all these at once. Yeah, it's nice to get all the smell out.
Yeah, the boards actually worked, but they were starting to get weak audio. And it was like, well, let's just head it off at the pass before it. I took the caps off and cleaned them, but I haven't got around to the rest of it yet. I hate surface mount. Okay. I got 10.
There's only one thing worse. That's using through the hole mount as surface mount.
Oh, yeah. On an SE30. I've got 10 caps replaced. I have 3 to go, I think.
Plug it in and try it.
No.
Come
I
on, I
haven't-
can't wait.
The only thing that's annoying is I have an extra cap, but I think it's because this model is different than the other model.
Oh God, I hate getting into these things. Why am I doing this right now? This is crazy. I will, however, have to just test this thing. See if I can.
220. Well, either the other version of this supply uses an extra little tiny, whatever this is, 10 volt 220, or they gave me 3 in this kit instead of 2 by mistake. Or I'm missing where it goes.
Console 5 kit.
Yeah.
You'll have to
Yeah,
send it to this one for it.
Yeah, that threw me off when I did the NES because I didn't realize that their kit had a couple extra capacitors because of how many different power supplies NES used.
I'm just going to roll with it and hope that it's right. Let's see, I got 3 more caps to do right here.
I ordered a kit to recap my Nintendo Wii.
That's something that new needs it already.
Yeah, it's actually no issue. It's funny. Cause my daughter's here, right? And she wanted to play some Luigi's Mansion on it, and I turned it on. It's all super dark and horrible looking. I'm like, huh. I think I already mentioned this, yeah. But anyway, we looked it up, and sure enough, it's like it's caps. It's like it's hilarious.
Wow.
Huh.
Oh,
that is.
There's 6 caps on the board. Electrolytics. They're kind of weird values though. So that was actually a kit. Console 5 had a kit, so.
I heard that the Xbox, the original Xbox, has a clock cap it's starting to leak on those things too.
The super cap. I don't just
doesn't seem like that old yet, but
it's old, right? It's over 20. Yeah. Plus, I mean, that's the time when caps are extra special, right? So
yeah, Capgate.
All right. I'm gonna take Retrotech's advice. I'm just unplugging the optical drive because I want to see if the buzzy noise goes away. The buzzy beep.
The buzzy beep.
That'll make it explode.
That's it. Because then I'll take time. I have a really nice original 15-inch iMac that G4 that's power supply is bad on, and I have an extra power supply for it too. But so I'm gonna probably do a day of just like ripping out power supplies, and I don't know if I can recap that one to actually fix it. I'm not sure if that's the problem or not, but yeah, these are not fun to take apart. I mean, to fully take apart. Just getting the bottom things off, not that bad, but really taking them apart, pain in the arse.
Yeah, I used to service those, and I hated them.
Who was it saying? Was it you that was saying like you take them apart and you never put them back together, right? I mean,
well, a lot of times they would come in near the end of the warranty. We usually all the machines at that place had the Apple Care.
Yeah.
So they're about 3 years old, and everybody was like, "Oh, fix it! It's under warranty." And I would be like, "Okay," but then as soon as the warranties were ending, and it was like, "Oh, your warranty expired 2 days ago. Sorry," and they're like, "I'll just throw it away. I'm going to buy a new one." So they would go get like a G5 or whatever, and I would transfer the data, and then they're like, "You can just toss that thing." So it was always the necks were broken.
All right, sweet. All right, I get my repair done.
So we just rip the screen off and disable the internal video.
Yeah.
Use it as basically a Mac Mini. Dome-shaped Mac Mini.
Yep. I used to have one of those like that for a little digital photo frame thing I set up.
Let's see if we get connection now.
Cap came out, yay. 10,000.
Oh, you don't have a solder sucker, do you? Or a solder pump, huh?
I do, but
You do?
they folded over the legs on all of these.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just using wick, and then just to get the last little glob out, I'm just heating while pulling.
Yep.
This would have taken me 5 minutes if I could have used the sucker.
Yep.
Which is what I had intended to be doing right now, not spending an hour doing just 13 caps. There we go. 3 of those. Those are the last 3 out. And I lost my cutters again. Need a bigger workbench.
Of course, I got thermal paste in my hand.
Oh,
My favorite thing, I'm working on something, and suddenly I realize, like, what's this sticky stuff in my hand? It's blood, It's like, I just got thermal paste all over the side of this case I just cleaned up.
Yeah, I know that
Sucks.
stuff just gets everywhere.
No,
Doesn't matter how careful you are, you manage to get it on you.
no, still in my hand.
it's one of the reasons I try to keep my working on stuff desk and my cleaning and retrowriting stuff all separate areas. So I don't get working on stuff junk onto clean stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Let's see, negative course towards the inside.
All right. Oh man, this paper towel roll, which makes a great little neck support for the iMac.
Yeah.
It actually works. Right. Let's listen to the beep beep or lack of beep beep.
These caps are so tiny compared to the originals.
Oh, it smells. Okay, let's see if this is it. Oh. Should I? Let's hear.
Long. Chimed. You're all done.
Yep. Starts up right as the screen comes up. Nope, beeping still.
Wow.
It did one beep. It did one beep. That's hilarious.
One beep.
No, there's
But this
still
thing-
something wrong.
This thing worked before, though, right?
No, it did. The very first time I turned it on, it did this beeping noise, right? I'm like, what the heck? And I was outside, mind you, and it was kind of bright out. So, and it did the beeping noise. I'm like, oh, that's bad. So I unplugged it, and I was like, okay, well, whatever. I'll try it again. And I booted it, and then I could kind of see that I let it sit there, and it beep, beep, beep. Then it stopped. I'm like, what the heck? But and it was still blank screen though. But then I looked carefully at the screen, and I was like, oh no, I could see the screen was actually on. I was like, oh no, the backlight's gone, and whatever. So I monkeyed around with it, and I could actually tell. No, the brightness was just turned all the way down. You know how these are kind of dim anyway, right?
Yeah.
And that was it. So yeah, but it does it like on cold boots. It'll do a I don't think it does an restart. So yeah, a power on thing, test thing, it does make sense.
Weird.
That's fine. I'll just rip out the but not right now. I'll rip out the I gotta go see, I gotta make sure I have an optical drive. I don't know if I have an ID one, funny enough. I think I have SATA ones only, so it's annoying. No, I do have an optical one because I have one from a G5.
All I have is SCSI and SATA. Everything in the middle is dead to me.
The optical drive in my first gen Power Mac or Mac Pro finally died. That's what I use for burning old CDs and stuff. If I need to really use like an old version of Toast or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rechtecki, both the RAM modules have already been pulled. I actually have 2 new RAM modules in it, so it could be the slot too. I can do another cold boot. Let's see if it does the same one beep.
Okie dokie.
It's just a really quick little. That's it, and it just boots fine. It's hilarious.
Well, the beep's improving then, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. This thing looks empty now.
Yeah, another thing I should do too is plug in headphones or speakers to it. Not the stupid. This has regular output too, right? Yeah, I should plug in like regular headphones with regular output, because then if the beep comes through the headphones, that would indicate that it's something from the logic board telling it, as opposed to something in it actually treating the beeps, right? Like there's something else that makes a noise.
Yeah.
Like does the you know, is it physically the hard drive, right? Or you know what I mean? Or you'll do that.
All right, I'm gonna secure secure this in here enough to stay, and then I'm going to test this little power supply out here in a minute. Come on. There. Boop. Who beeped?
It beeped.
Somebody beeped.
Oh, that was me.
Okay. Got an Apple II here.
Is that the original one?
This is, yeah, original Apple II. This is a Rev 3 from 79.
Ah.
And let's put this, just sit it in here. Need power. Hey, look at that.
Nice.
Did it boot?
It beeped.
Oh, beep. Okay, yeah, I see. Yep, it worked.
I got
Put your fingers
garbled
in there.
video. No. Oh.
Ooh.
You guys want to see what an Apple II looks like when it boots from the original ROMs?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just the integer prompt, right? Oh, jeez.
So you have to hit Control B, Enter, and that gets you to integer basic. And I've got double keys on presses on here. I'm gonna have to work at this on this keyboard. And
So that's awesome. Wow, you're gonna keep that ROM like that? Or you're gonna do some switch thing, right?
this particular motherboard and keyboard are going to go into a machine that I'm getting ready to sell. The H key is not. There it goes. Got to clean the keys. I haven't worked on this machine much because power supply was dead. Wait a minute. Anyway, this keyboard and this motherboard are going to go into a more age-appropriate case.
Yeah.
That matches, and then that's all going to get sold as a collectible because it's all going to match. And then I have another Rev 4 board, which is the one right after this version, that's going to go in this case. Let's see if this works.
Cool.
20, go to 10, not 100.
100.
Now the 0 key is bouncing. Run. There you go.
Yay!
All right,
That's actually
sweet.
pretty cool. I've never actually seen that original boot up stuff, what it does. So that's literally what it is. It just boots the garbage and you have to break into integer basic.
Right, if I switch this off... Oh, wait, it's backwards because I have the power supply upside down. You just get that. There's no auto start. There's no... And I'm sorry for the bleeding, but the signal off this old machine is pretty wonky. So you have to exit. Like Woz like this because he could go straight into programming.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for everybody else, yeah, I can't keep it steady. You can take me off because I'm gonna have to turn it off anyway.
All right.
For everybody else, the we want to start in basic, basically. So let's see which camera that was. Not that camera, this camera. Everybody else wants auto start. So there's what they call a language card that goes to slot 0. And the reason it's called that is because it added a language like AppleSoft Basic, or if you had AppleSoft, added Integer Basic. But it also added an auto start ROM where it would automatically either go into Basic or boot the disk drive.
Nice.
And that doesn't happen on these. On this, I'd have to hit Control B, enter, PR number 6, enter, and then it would boot a disk.
Oh, cool. Like a Commodore.
Sort of, yeah.
Command to boot a Commodore, man, is most. Every single time I have to boot up my C64, I'm like, okay, how do I do this again? It's like so stupid.
Yeah, it's like load 8, R8, something. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we had to do on here. But fortunately, they added a ROM that got you around that kind of nonsense.
Yep.
So I'm actually happy this works. And these giant caps must have generated so much heat. They're all they're orange, but they're sort of browned. So that's good.
That's how they would address it back in the day. Yeah. If you ever opened up a power supply on a G4 Cube, all those caps have those like silicone sleeves, all of them, and it's got some big caps in that power supply.
This only had one cap out of 13 that had the sleeve on it, but the other ones, those are the 4 black ones.
Mm-hmm.
All the rest of the caps were these weird orange. It says Nippon, and they're orange, but they look like they got pretty toasty.
Mm-hmm.
So they were all touching too, like they were all together.
Yeah.
And now the ones I replaced them with, none of them touch at all because they're so much smaller.
Yeah. Well, it's just like the one axial capacitor I replaced on this SE board. The original one was a lot bigger, but the replacement is a little smaller, but it's the same value, but it's higher in heat tolerance. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, some more data on my stupid beep beep beep.
Okay.
So I plugged in headphones, and I confirmed that, yeah, the headphones do, obviously route the boot beep out the headphones. Did a couple cold boots, and I could still hear it. It's only a little like now, right? But I could still hear it with the headphones still plugged in. So in other words, that would indicate that either the sound is coming from something other than an error code originating from the motherboard, right? Or it's actually, for whatever reason, it does a mux out audio to the audio output jack and still puts it to the internal speaker for whatever reason, right? Or it's from something else, right? Like maybe it really is the hard drive in this thing or something. So yeah, weird. So yeah. So when I tear it all out, obviously I'll have to figure that out with the if it's the hardware or not. So
yeah,
but it is something else, and they're making that noise, or whatever.
Quick way to confirm would be to unplug the internal speaker and see if you still hear it.
Yeah, if I could get to it. I don't know how easy it is to get to it, unfortunately.
Oh,
I think it's part of
that's
the
right.
whole crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the nice thing, I could check the optical drive real simple because it's just literally the power's right there. But yeah.
Retrotech is suggesting to remove the RAM.
Here.
Yeah, I did swap the RAM, but yeah, like he's mentioned, it could be the slot too. So I should just remove the RAM from the top slot completely and just use the bottom slot. The bottom slot was always empty. So yeah, I'm also curious what it does after being unplugged for a while. If you plug it back in, the meaning, like, is it really the power supply and it just needs a little time for those caps to charge up? That's one of the ways you get the when the power supplies in these go, you can sometimes resurrect them by leaving them plugged in for a long time, or actually running a hairdryer into the fan vents at the top, I guess, to heat up the power supply, which is hilarious. It worked for me, I'm like, oh, great. But yeah, I have one that's dead. I didn't try any of those experiments after mine died. I'm actually kind of curious before I fix it. I want to try some of those experiments to see if it works. It's funny.
All right. Well, my repair was successful. It'd be nice when I talked to my son the other day. I said, well, when it cools down in Tracy, we're going to go Mac hunting. So there you go. It's in his hoarding grandmother's garage. So.
Hey, I'm going to be right back. I'll still be able to hear, but I have to step away for a minute.
Okay, no problem.
Boy, that Adam, man. Ah. So what were you fixing on that one right now, though, Dave?
Well, okay, so let me point to it here. This little, let me make myself big here. Hold on. All right. So this little capacitor here. Let me get in the camera here. There we go.
Okay.
I ripped off the pad. There was just a little piece of it left. So I you can see I just graphed a wire right onto it there, because the trace was still there. I just exposed the trace and then soldered it under, and I get continuity through there now. So yeah, so we're making a connection. So yeah, before we weren't. So no, so I am done with this board. So
Perfect.
like I said, I just pop it in a machine. I'll just take the RAM out of the Mac Plus, because you use the same memory in it rather, and I'll just, when I go to test, I'll just pull it out off that board and put it on this. But like I said, I know that Mac's going to be in really bad shape when I get it, because like I said, it would be a pure miracle if the battery hadn't exploded in it, you know. Because that thing is, I haven't seen that thing for at least 20 years.
I mean, it kind of depends on which battery it was in it, right? I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it's this one or that one. I mean, but yeah, who knows?
It was the original one that came when you bought it. So whatever the one it was.
Because some of them are a little better, than others.
Oh yeah,
of course, but
yeah, for sure.
All right, so.
Too bad they put them on the board. Unlike the 128, 512, and Plus, the battery, the things on the back of the case.
Yeah.
It'd been the world better if they'd have done that, but oh well. So this board will just, I'll soak this in some Dawn dishwashing soap for about a half hour, and then I'll go really good with the brush, and then I'll put it in front of a fan and dry it, and then that way it won't rust. So, just want to get some of the flux off of it. All right, we'll put this over here.
That's not going to work. That's not going to work.
And if anybody is in the market for a nice multimeter, this is the one you want to get. The K-Wheats KM601. And no, this is not a Brankus Creations advertisement. I do like it though. It's for what you pay for it, it does a really great job.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And so yeah, very good. Light years ahead of my Radio Shack meter that I had for many years. Which it still works. So this is my Radio Shack meter right here. There you go. But it still works. But boy, I tell you what, this thing has been through the mill. But it doesn't beep anymore. That's my thing.
Yeah.
So. Stopped doing that a long time ago. Trina texted me. She said she'll be joining later. She had an appointment. But after she's done with that, she'll stop by. And I sent out to Ron and Joe, so I don't know if they'll be joining us or not. I hadn't heard back from them.
Hopefully Joe makes it because I can bug him about Apple III stuff.
Yeah.
I'm going to swap out my VNC viewer for doing a real VNC viewer on top of the desktop because it's not working very well. Keeps freezing up. So we'll see if a different VNC client works better. I got to remember how to filter this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Ron to send me that Revision 2 board too for the TTL.
I thought the board was fine. It was just the chip.
It's the chip. Yep, but he redid the board. He made the holes a lot smaller, and I think he just put like surface mount pads on it. But yeah, because if you try to hook it up, this is what happens.
Uh-oh.
What's that?
Oh, okay. I'm going to be right back.
Oh,
Okay.
Dave, I heard a bad sound. What happened?
It shorted out. It beeped and it.
What was shorting out?
I just plugged it in. Hold on here.
Because I heard it snap.
What the hell?
Well, where's the snap? Smell the little board. It's
the board that snapped. Yeah.
okay.
Yep. I smell it. It did its job. Damn.
Did the cap blow, or is it the
cap looked
IC?
good. The IC. Hell, there's a hole in it.
There's a hole in the IC. What? Well, it did its job, man. It's sacrificial. Yeah.
Right there
Crazy.
in the center of it.
Yeah.
That's what'll happen.
Nice.
Yeah, the good thing it
I
didn't
like
hurt
how
nothing.
calm you are with that. Like the board exploded. You're just like, oh, it just made a snap sound.
Yeah, it was a lot louder than what you heard. I mean, it literally sounded like somebody like broke a stick. You know, it was really loud. So yeah.
If that was me, I'd be like freaking out, like WTF! It just exploded. In the world. We're all gonna die.
Oh, it'll make a nice neck chain ornament. You know, there you go.
I'll start taping up my boards for cap removal prep.
Which boards are you going to be recapping?
This is a Quadra 605, and then I've got those. I've got 4. They're Quadra Centra 610 systems.
Oh, okay.
So actually, yeah, 5 boards. 5? Yeah, 5 boards. Okay, yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, I was impressed that you were able to stack all those Macs like that. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I don't have a good solution right now for storing stuff. I'm actually using kitchen carts. I don't know if I've ever posted that. You can see, but I got one for super cheap online, and then someone was selling one for cheap too. I'm like, it perfectly matched. I'm like, wow, this is bizarre. So I guess I gotta have 2 of them. But yeah. I want to get some of those IKEA shelves and stuff, but
Yeah.
I haven't done it yet. I gotta pull the trigger and really to do it. I want the room I'm in right now. I want to this is an old bedroom. I want to basically repaint it and redo it all. It's horrible yellow color.
Well, you could put some nice shelving in there then when you redo it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'd do. I'd put some shelving in, rip out the closet. It has a crummy old closet organizer thing in it and put a shelf in there.
Mm-hmm.
took over our dining room too, though. So, yeah, I want to put some shelving down there too, but
Yeah.
that probably could use yeah, that could use some painting too, I guess.
Yeah, the house we used to rent, which was just about not even a block from us. One reason why we had to move is because the owner's wife got Alzheimer's, and they were a property management company, and this is a
Yeah.
house that they owned for many years, and so they just they got they had to shut down their business and just sell off everything for cover the cost of their medical bills, and so anyway. Had a great when I had my stuff set up downstairs. I had those really big. I have them here. They're just all disassembled and stuff. But the metal shelving with they're like 4 foot wide. And you can stack them all the way up, like what you'd see at Costco, but not quite that heavy duty. And so anyway, I had all kinds of stuff stacked. I had 2 of them. I could get all kinds of stuff on those. And that bedroom was humongous, so I had plenty of room to put stuff in there. Because the garage, it was just packed full of stuff. So it was it was older house. So them older houses here in Sutter Creek, they weren't meant to have cars. So you'll see a lot of them, and there's no garage, or they'll have added, if they have the property, they'll add one on there. Because back in them days, this house goes way back in the early 1800s. They just go to livery stable, or out to the farm, they get the horses and wagons. So yeah, so that's what they. You can just tell the layout of the town. That's what it was back in the day. Junk around here. There. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up and get my Frankenmac. I'll bring it down here because I need to fix the magnet on the back of it there on that back plate. So I'll be back in just a moment, okay?
Yep. Quick, everyone hide.
Oh, thank God he's gone.
Great. Now we can talk smack. All right. Oh, that's a different looking socket. Interesting. All right, one down. Oh, shoot, that's right. All the CPUs in these. I've got to pull the CPUs out of all these boards. I think I've got like 3 CPUs, and I kind of want to keep the CPUs with the original systems because I'm crazy. Even though they're literally the same CPUs, but why not?
Yeah, I'm trying to write an Amiga disk image now, and something is not cooperating.
Did that drive? You said no. The drive worked. It just didn't. Okay, never mind. I remember the drive I sent you. It worked, but it couldn't. You still couldn't image that disk, right?
The drive the drive you sent me works just fine. I can boot from one of the sets of discs that I have.
Yep.
One of the other set, the computer came with a set of Kickstart 1.1 and Kickstart 1.2.
Right.
And apparently the Kickstart 1.2 disc set, I think's the one, has a bad Workbench disk. But I can boot Kickstart 1.1 just fine from those discs. And yeah, I think that's about all I was able to try, because I now have a Grease Weasel, which is what the weird green and purple object on my desk is.
Grease Weasel, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is a floppy disk imaging tool.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I'm trying to write an image, and I'm getting a flux underflow error, which is not mentioned on their wiki anywhere that I can find. Although if I had to guess, I suspect the
flux capacitor.
I was going to just mention that. The flux capacitor is out of beer cans and refuge.
Okay, I'm back.
So that's
All right.
Mr. Fusion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, maybe the disc I'm trying is bad. That's just a guess. I'm like thinking, well, what would cause a buffer underflow? And I could see if the disk is bad and it can't write anything to it, then obviously it's going to stop feeding data to the Grease Weasel. That would cause a buffer underflow. Let me just try a different disk. I know the floppy drive I'm trying to use works. Let's try a different disk. Otherwise, I guess I'll have to log into Farcebook on this computer and...
Some ASMR for you.
Hey, have you guys ever seen this stuff? It's like a yellow gel.
Glugon? Is it the stuff you put in your hand to get oil off your hand? Oh, weird.
It's like this gooey stuff.
Tacky stuff for removing crud.
Yeah, I was going to try it on this motherboard briefly just to see. Like, this board's pretty dusty, but it works, and I don't really want to ultrasonic it or something. But you're supposed to be able to just roll it around, and it just picks up the dust.
Is that petroleum based?
I'm not sure. All it says is not edible. Keep away from children.
What does it taste like?
I'll send you a sample and you can tell me.
Does it feel greasy at all on your hands?
Remember when you were a kid and you get those little containers of slime?
Yeah.
It feels like that. But it's like it's turning dirty, but the things I'm touching against are turning clean.
Just like the slime.
Yeah. It's probably the same stuff.
Like silly putty too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I have.
Does it have a smell to it or no?
It smells like citrus.
Interesting. Go ahead, Justin. I'm sorry. I'm dead mean to interrupt you.
I know what the problem is.
What?
You
didn't have it plugged
cannot. No, you cannot use a Grease Weasel while you have OBS Studio open with like 4 different cameras plugged into USB.
You
You don't have enough USB bandwidth to do a grease weasel. That's why that's the
Hilarious.
flux underflow.
You should
So
write a
I'm gonna
book.
have. Yeah, I should write a bug. You can't live stream and use a grease weasel at the same time.
Hey, Retro Techie. Hey.
Probably why nobody's ever heard of it. They have never seen it on YouTube.
I'll just have to go do something else.
This is like playing with a huge booger.
Yeah, it looks like one too.
I can just like roll it between the slots.
Actually, let me just go take this upstairs and write the image real quick from up there.
And it
So
doesn't
Adam
quite
won?
reach.
You finished
won.
one of your boards?
We're not
already?
having a
Power supply?
contest.
Oh.
Oh.
A contest.
That's a good
It wasn't
thing.
a race, but if it was, I would have won.
Anyway, this is just a test to see if this stuff does what it's supposed to do, and it looks like it does a pretty good job.
Okay, cool.
I don't know, man. I just use a like a natural paintbrush just to loosen up the dirt, and then use like a really gentle air compressor on it.
Yeah.
So that, you know?
What's funny is the little kit that these were in came with a little brush.
Yeah. To probably loosen up the stuff.
I need to get some more anesthetic brushes just to get that dust out between the slots. I want to make this thing look really nice before I try to sell it. Also, if I take the video cord out.
Alright, that's good.
So now I get to reassemble the rest of the power supply without discharging it because I'm living dangerously.
It'll just be the big cap. Measure it. Actually, if you're gonna pull it back, if you're gonna pull it out, oh, you already have it screwed in though.
It is partially screwed in, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Well, this is crusty. Ugh.
I have this insulated snap-on screwdriver too. That should save me.
Yeah, these are the boards actually. Right now, I'm putting taping up that I had on my one live stream I've done so far. Right, where I was just testing them. I haven't capped them yet. I just haven't had time.
So what are you working on, Richard Techie?
I grabbed a couple of minis because I knew you were going
Alright.
to say I have to work on something.
Well, this is a work party. There you
Is
go.
it? I thought it's like your Independence Day or something today.
It is, but the requirement is you have to at least act like you're doing something. So there you go. Yeah.
It's like
I thought it was
it's like
a holiday for blowing stuff up.
it's Canada Day with explosions.
That's right.
There you go. Well, we had, like I said, they celebrate the big fireworks here last night, but it'll get real noisy tonight because people wait till the actual 4th to do it. But
Yeah, people have been blowing stuff up around my neighborhood all week.
That has nothing to do with the
Yeah.
holiday, though. They're just violent people over there.
Uh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
in Michigan, they're allowed to do that the day before and the day after any major holiday. But they pretty much ignore it and do it whenever they feel like it.
they go buy all the fireworks and then they're like, "Well, I have these. I might as well start setting them off now."
Yeah, they actually sell fireworks year round in Michigan. Instead of, I thought it'd make more sense to say, oh, you've got a week before the holiday, you can buy them. It doesn't really matter.
The worst thing about working on these power supplies are these little
Oh yes.
grommet things. I hate these
Yeah.
things. Getting them out is just, or getting them back in even is sucks. But either way,
Here's your ASMR.
I have to mute while I'm yelling at the thing. Actually, putting them back in is easy. It's taking it out that's sucks.
Going overboard.
People have been letting off fireworks here like during the day, and it's like you think you'd wait till night where you could actually see them.
oh yeah, Yeah.
I think some people just like to hear the loud bang.
Yeah.
Hello, Arthur, in the chat. Oh, hello, Adam McKee in the chat too. He says he'll be back in a minute.
I'm back.
All right.
That guy. Beep beep.
It works.
Yay.
So I'm just going to have to buy a scaler. There's just no way around this. VNC is not reliable.
Scaling what?
Redraw problems.
What's that?
Is that like a redraw problem I see there?
Yeah, it just stops redrawing. Stops
Oh,
redrawing. Now, I've tried any number of VNC client or servers for OS 9.
I just use a HDMI to USB-C, and then I plug just whatever to HDMI into that.
Yeah, I've got a cheap HDMI or VGA to HDMI adapter, but it only works at 60 hertz.
Yep.
And I only have one machine that actually functions at 60 hertz, and that's the 520C.
Yeah, most of old Macs would use 66.6.
Yeah, it's all over the map on some of these. So I need to actually spend real money on a scaler.
So, Retrotechy, what are you doing with that Mac Mini?
Use it to take over the world. I don't know. I think I'll just
Very
repaste
slowly.
it. I need a better screwdriver because of these screws they put under the optical drive.
That's what the astronauts said on Apollo, was it 13? What the heck that does?
There we go. That should be it. I don't know who was working at Apple in the last 20 years, but man, did a poor job hiding.
Ah,
There we go. But the last 2 years have been fantastic. Best machines ever.
So
I will say it's pretty funny. Like after I left, I mean, because again, I had nothing to do with any of it, but how horrible the PowerBooks or the MacBooks were, from like this week, 2016 onwards, right? It's like,
Well, who really needs to be able to use their keyboard after all, right?
Yeah.
You
They
ever,
made Siri for a
talk-
reason.
Garth, you ever
Wonder-
talked to any of your old coworkers or?
Yes, a little bit here and there.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
But of course, can't really talk shop,
Sure.
as you know. As you know.
Yeah.
I wonder if one of these will work.
I'm gonna be recapping an SE30 for somebody I know. He actually pulled out a Mac Classic he had, and he sent me pictures yesterday, and it had battery bombed. So I was like, yeah, I mean bad too. And because he's like, yeah, I gotta check my system. He's like, yes, get the batteries out. So he pulled out his SE30, and it was actually it's pristine, it's great. The battery did not blow. So
Yeah.
I'll recap that, and I gotta check the board and everything, the analog board and power supply.
Yeah. Well,
Hey,
that's-
Dave,
You got like a, yes.
can you show me or share
Yep.
both of us?
Hold on a second here. Let me get to you. All right. There you go.
Cool.
Got bored?
I have a couple of Apple IIe boards.
Couple?
I have
Nice.
four.
That 1 second from the left looks kind of like, is that just dirt or is it like?
It's totally covered in dirt.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it looks like it almost looks like corrosion, but not in those. It looks like cap juice, but not in that. Yeah, just dirt, I guess.
No, it's just really dirty. I could try that goo on it.
Yeah, that'd be a good test for it. Yeah.
Anyway, I have to fix one of these. I think all of these have a problem. So I'm gonna try them one at a time with my freshly fixed power supply.
Ah, there you go.
Where'd he go? There he is. So I don't need to be big anymore. If you want to go back to everybody or somebody else.
Let's see what Retrotech is up to. Sorry.
Ah!
You get shocked?
No, I almost dropped the speaker. See if this beeps.
Using your iFixit toolkit there, Richard Techie?
No beep.
Yep, but they won't sponsor me.
That's okay. I have the K-Wheats monitor. I get no sponsorship on that either, so don't feel bad. Yeah.
You got to go for something a little smaller. Like, I got, finally got Captain to sponsor me. Well, actually not, but just got to use their product enough and they'll notice. I don't even think it is a company anyway, but who knows?
Yeah. Well, I am. It's kind of funny. I am followed by a PCB Wave, and
Oh, God.
they do
Didn't they,
respond
like-
to. They do respond to some of my videos, but they never ever, offered me anything. So, but oh well.
Hey, this one beeped.
Oh, good.
Second video. Oh, well, look at that.
Let me make you big here.
Oh, well, I just booted this board that I had marked that it had a bad ROM.
Mm-hmm.
But when I turn it on, I get that.
It's fine.
Apple IIe.
That looks
Yeah.
like a good ROM.
Let me run the diagnostic ROM on it and see what it does. I can figure out where I put that.
Cool.
Just keep knocking stuff over, though.
That's all right. I do that too.
I'm gonna go wander around in here and look for a ROM
Okay.
or for the board test.
Now I'm looking for my little magnets. I just saw them yesterday. Oh, here they are. I found them.
You left them on your hard drive.
These little guys right here, little neodyme magnets. They're tiny, but they're strong.
I found a box of NuBus cards. That's not gonna help me.
Let's see. So this.
Starting to look like Steve's basement in there, man.
Yeah.
Where he is?
It's on the other side. It's
I
Steve's basement.
invited.
That's the joke.
I invited Steve. So. Busy at the holiday.
Okay, let's see what we got going here.
Hello.
You know, that's what it is.
It's for you.
Yeah.
Ring, ring,
It
ring,
must be time for meds or something.
Oh, I found it.
All right.
Did Trinity ever find her lost marble or marble?
No, she never did. I said, did you look in a
Name's a
cat
lie.
box? So I told her to look in a cat box. She goes, I did. Wasn't in there.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So I don't know. I told her, well, you know what? You'll be looking for something and you'll find it.
Yep.
You know, when you're not looking for it. That's usually the way it works. The nice thing about magnets when you're stacking them, they align themselves.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how small they are.
Especially those, right?
Oh God, these things are just. I think these are probably the ones they use when people get like those implants. I think these are probably the magnets they use.
So who can spot what's wrong with the RAM on the board?
Is that Tom?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Let me make you big here. Hold on.
I wish I
One
would
RAM
be-
chip's in backwards.
Yep.
Oh yeah, sure is.
So
Or all the other ones are. I'm not sure.
No, yeah. Wasn't the Apple wasn't doing video, so and I was going crazy and like probing up my scope and stuff, being like, well, the CPU seems to work and all this stuff.
That's awesome.
But and I see this, I'm like, well, I doubt they designed one chip to be backwards. So I
That's
pulled
the
it
parity
out.
chip.
Yeah. So I pulled it out. I have a RAM tester, a test pad, and I at least got a video now with the Apple version 4. But yeah, that was.
So did that fry it? I assume it fries it, right?
Yeah, I figured
Yeah.
it would. Yeah.
So if anyone wants a bad 4116 RAM chip, I'll throw it in with some reefer caps.
I have plenty.
It's not an MT one, Ram, or
Yeah,
Adam
this is
doesn't want it.
TI. This was a victim of backwards RAM, not of it being an MT chip.
Yeah. I'll pass.
I bought a DOS card, compatibility card. I went for a Quadra 610, or actually a PowerMax 6100 off of eBay, like I don't know, a while back, a year ago or something. And it didn't work, but I was like, okay, well, maybe I can, like, maybe I can fix it, right? Whatever. I was like, why not? It was super cheap. I think I paid $25 for it, seriously. And when I got it, I was like, okay, I took that, whatever, and looking at it, and I realized they put the CPU in, like, just rotated like 45 degrees wrong. And it actually would let you do it, right? This is the 46 CPU. I put it in right, boom, came right up. I'm like, oh, I feel bad. No, actually, I feel really bad. But,
Well, you got lucky at that, though.
yeah.
It
I mean, to be honest, with the chance of me being able to fix it too, right? I'm gonna break, but it's kind of cool that I guess I did.
My ROM is bad.
Bad ROM. Bad.
This disk image I was given is bad.
Oh no.
My back is bad.
Hey, Arthur. How you doing?
Okay.
See if this board works.
Then I grab a random IC on my desk, not expecting it to actually be a 4116 chip, and sure enough, it is. and it worked. So
Right.
I didn't even get. I didn't have to get up.
Oh, there's like cement on this.
This one doesn't look good.
Pretty.
Pretty.
Run the ROM test on it and see what that says. That doesn't even work. Huh. I'm sorry, I'm restarting.
Uh-oh, Tom, that didn't look good.
Ooh, what is it? Diagnostic RAM.
The weird pattern might be because I don't have a keyboard hooked up to it.
Doesn't look like that. You should
Uh,
blocks. Well,
but then that doesn't look good.
no, that's, yeah. There you go.
I'm going to steal the ROM off the super hosed one and put it on the one that just has that ROM. See what that does.
Whoops.
So when you put a dip chip in the board, you're supposed to put all the pins in at the same time, right?
Generally.
Okay.
Video, power. Okay. Try this. It's not the ROM chip, it's something with the board.
Uh-oh.
I just put on the perfect amount of thermal paste.
Well, how come you didn't show us?
That's how you know it's the perfect amount.
Chicken.
I did it on stream. You said do it on stream before.
Well, yeah, but I would have made you big so we could see how you did it. Yeah.
Wait, you want that?
Take it off, wipe it off, do it all over again. Come on.
I just noticed that this board that the ROM is being done is also got M2 RAM soldered to it.
Ah.
That's the bad junk, right?
It's probably what's corrupting it. Yeah. And it's the only thing on here not socketed.
Of course. Of course. Why would they want to make it easy?
Oh well. I'm not redoing 8 RAM chips right now. Let me try a different board.
Here, Dave, go back to like the full view.
Oh, hold on just a second here.
I like to do my messy work.
Not me, but everyone else.
Oh, yep. There we go.
Ooh, Justin's cracking stuff.
Uh-oh.
It's got the wares.
I found the disk image online that I was sent, although it's not the same disk image, and unfortunately that's the German version of the program, and it actually crashed my Amiga too.
Ooh, it's hilarious.
Oh, really?
Well, someone sent Joe a copy of the Xcopy disk and suggested I use it to see if I could figure out what's wrong with the original Amiga floppy drive that goes to this computer.
Right.
So I figured I would first, well, I think I'm going to have to copy it to a disk image, which is going to cause a problem trying to run it on this bad floppy drive. I have no idea how in the world I'm going to pull this off.
Aren't you using a floppy mu?
Well, I am, but that's an internal floppy drive, and you can only have one internal floppy drive. And the Amiga, without a mod, only boots from drive 0, which is the internal one. And I don't have that mod to be able to boot from an external one.
Which Amiga is this?
It's an Amiga 1000.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, later Amigas, yes, I would be able to hold the mouse button down or something and it'd give me a boot menu, but this is the OG.
I put a floppy mu inside my Amiga 500, and it just works. I don't remember having to do anything special. I just certainly didn't do any mods on it.
Oh, yeah. My floppy emu, or not floppy, my GoTech is. So right now I do have a GoTech on the Amiga, but the problem is to then be able to plug in this floppy drive.
Right.
I don't have a way of. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I do have a way of plugging this in externally.
Oh, hey, Jay.
This board doesn't work either.
Let me go take a look at these external floppy enclosures that I have. Maybe one's got. If I can find one that didn't have the floppy drive soldered in, maybe I can use it to plug that drive in externally.
You should just run your games in DOS. It's much better.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Maybe I can do this. I mean, the worst that could happen is I destroy Paula, right?
Or your house burns down.
Yes, I guess that would be the worst that could happen, but probably unlikely in this case that I would burn the house down plugging in an internal Amiga drive into an external enclosure.
Take a chance.
Hey, Garth.
Yeah.
That board you said was gross looking. It looked like it had damage.
Yeah. Just work.
It actually works.
Yeah. It's
I tried it last. I tried it last because I'm like, this thing's disgusting, but oh well. I just needed one working, so.
So generally for fixing those, Adams, have you only, well, generally is it RAM on those, or is there other things that generally go wrong? Like the ROMs
The video circuit,
corrupted off
like at the upper right part of the board where the video circuit is, all the analog stuff there can fail. Like there's some transistors there and a couple little timer chips and stuff. That stuff is sort of voodoo to me. I don't understand analog electronics at all. So like I have one here that's doing that. I just my first go to would be like just replace all the components in that whole corner of the board, which takes like 3 hours. So I'm like, no. If it's digital stuff, it's generally pretty easy for me to figure out. But usually the things that go wrong on these is a RAM, number one, and then one of the main chips, like the ROM chip or the CPU.
Yeah.
And then the IOU and the MMU, just they take a crap.
And so generally, because those are socketed generally, you can just swap and hunt down. Or get...
A lot of times they're socketed, but then Apple got cheap. Only for the first 2 years did they put sockets, and then after that, like this board here has Hitachi chips, but they're soldered right in, but they work. So I'm running the ROM, the Apple II diagnostic board, the dealer card, and it's just doing a loop now. I let it loop about 20 times just to make sure it doesn't heat up and then start being dumb.
I have another dealer disk I need to clean up.
I need to clean this board though. Maybe I'll get a bigger glob of that goo and try.
Lock the whole thing in there.
I owe somebody an Apple IIe board, and I'm like, I don't really want to. We got this one other one that's needs all the RAM resoldered, but otherwise works. But I'm just like, I'm not into resoldering 128 pins or whatever it is right now.
Come on.
Piece of cake.
Do it for Dave.
That's a lot of soldering.
But this diagnostic board helps me a lot. If you work on a lot of Apple IIes, it's a super time saver. You don't have to like boot any disks or depend on the floppy interface working. This just basically takes over the built-in ROMs and says, nope, you're running this. And of course, because it's running off its own ROMs, it's able to test the onboard ROMs, which you can't do any other way.
Right.
That's cool.
That's a lot like the dead test cartridge that Adrian, one of the ones he uses.
Yeah, it's like that for the Commodore. This is a card that was only for Apple dealers, and it's actually made too tall on purpose so that you can't put the lid back on with it in. So you don't lose the card.
Yeah, that one, huh?
I'm fixing a 1.83 gigahertz Core 2 Duo Mac Mini.
Fun.
Wow. The thermal paste was like a rock on the CPU.
I don't know. That computer seems kind of new for a retro stream.
What? What year is it? 2006? What do you consider retro, though?
I don't know. The thing I'm working on is from '84, so.
Okay, yeah, that definitely.
And the power supply is. I found a date code on the power supply. It's actually from '78. It's from before the Apple II itself. It's working great though. It's powering this 2E like a champ. It says Aztec made in Hong Kong. was only the 14,304th power supply they ever made.
That's it.
Only.
It's a lot of power supplies.
I've seen them in 7 digits.
Yeah,
So,
Really?
that's
Wow.
pretty
so
good.
early,
Lots
low
of
5 digits. It's pretty old. Okay. And the model number is partially handwritten.
There it is.
Break out the RAM bin.
This is my favorite tool right here. The Mac Mini Cracker.
Oh yeah.
Super dirty and yeah, whatever. Works.
Looks like a
That's what I
putty
use.
knife to me.
Exactly. Actually, I took one and I shaved down one of the edges on it, like to make it even thinner. You know.
That's
Yeah.
how you
How about
use it?
this Kai Wheats KM601? You got to get your hands on one of these.
Oh, hi.
What the heck is this ad for?
That's what I use. That's what I am.
How about this EEV vlog one? Like 4 years
No.
ago.
Ooh,
Those break though.
It does. Don't tell me.
Have mine right there, Adam. Right there.
Cool. The only thing I don't like about the Kai Wheats is I think the continuity test is a little slow. But otherwise,
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
yeah. I mean, if you go off an old analog, it is compared to that, yeah, for sure. But I just like that what you pay for it. You get a lot of features, and like I said, it's pretty accurate. You know, and
Yeah, the
basing
voltage
it off
cuff-
my Radio Shack one.
Yeah.
the voltage and the capacitance and all the other readings are pretty good, but it seems like there's a slight delay when you do discontinuity.
Yeah. And that's a small price to pay for all the other stuff you get, right?
Yep. No, it's totally worth it. I just use my old meter for continuity. I use that for everything else.
Yeah. Do you have
My new meter's weird. It doesn't do any readings in ohms or anything. It doesn't even do that. It's weird.
do you have one of these? The component tester?
Nope.
I don't have one of those.
These are awesome. So if you got an unknown component, you
Yeah.
plug it in there, and you select it, it'll tell you what it is. Whether it's a coil, resistor, capacitor, diode, whatever.
I got this goofy card for the Apple II though. Turning the board weird so you can see.
Oh, let me make you big here. Oh, that's a big card.
That's cool because it tell you the voltages. I mean, that's
Yeah, the blue card
nice to
is
put in your
the-
clear case.
The blue card is the ROM card, and then the other card is just voltages. But it's telling you it through the system, which is cool. So I've got 5.07, 11.9. I'm positive, and then I've got 5.1 and 12.6 negative, which just seems a little bit too far negative, but that's 12.5 now. If it had a little bit more load, it'd probably be fine. Because there's nothing running on here except the ROM card. But yeah, like Art said, a lot of people put these cards in their clear machines. I actually use it just for diagnostics. I don't really want like a bunch of lights inside my actual computers.
And that's only for the Apple two E's, or what card does that fit in?
Anything with a slot, so 2E, 2 Plus, 2GS,
Okay.
and then something like a laser or Franklin that has like or any clone.
Okay, cool. That's pretty neat.
Yep. I'm gonna go back to testing.
Yeah, I'm just doing a software update on my. I got Catalina on this here, so I'm updating it.
I got all these delicious orangish brown caps. I could send them off to Retro Techie. It's a free prize. There you go. You want these? Things are cool.
I don't know where he's not there for a second.
I'm actually gonna throw them in the trash. And I got two
Hey.
outdated blue scuzzies. Everything's outdated by the time I get it.
Now you have to update it.
Yep. But I mean, this is the old version. This is a 1.0,
Uh-huh.
and they're on 1.1 now.
Yeah. I think the one of my Mac Plus, it needs to be updated firmware on it because that's
Yeah,
what
big
Steve did for me.
The
So
big
this is the best.
is the 1.1 supports the external LEDs, but I mean, other than that, the software is compatible. So you get all if you update it, you get the speed improvements and all that fun stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just missing the LEDs. So I'm swapping some stuff around so I can, where I need the LEDs, I can have them. So if you have an Apple IIe and you have MT RAM and your computer sucks already, the way you can make it worse is you can add this 80 column card, which adds 8 more MT RAM chips. I'm going to plug that in and see if that works too. It'll probably explode. I actually took the time to desolder all those on one of these 80 column cards and put sockets in.
Mhm.
And I was like, why am I doing this? I have a box of like 50 of these cards that don't have MT chips.
Yeah.
So I ended up making it into a 1K card.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
Be right back.
Didn't blow up yet. I guess that's a good sign.
Yeah, the test is running. This is going to be boring for a minute. So if you want to switch the camera to somebody else.
Well, I've got something slightly interesting going.
Okay.
So I got virtual PC running, and I'm putting a port of Unix 7 into it. So this guy, I forget his name, several years ago, did this x86 port of Unix 7.
Uh-huh.
So it's got the usual Linux stuff in it. Or not Linux, Unix, sorry. But I can't quite get it to install. It's just booting off a virtual CD right now.
Okay.
Anyway. So how many people are running a Unix 7 emulated environment on a Mac? One.
That'd be you? This is a trick question?
That's it. That's all that's interesting about it right there.
One.
Okay, no problem. How's it going, Justin?
I am having fun with floppy drives, and by having fun with floppy drives, I mean not.
Oh.
Yeah, the floppy drive that was in my Amiga. Oh, that's why it. Okay. I guess I'll try it again. I found why discs were not really going in the drive correctly. A metal bracket fell off the drive and was wedged in it. So now maybe I can try it again and maybe the spindle will spin. Or maybe I've just completely hosed it from ever working again. Stay tuned for the exciting conclusion. Of course, let me make sure I didn't destroy my disk in the process. Nope. Disk's probably fine. All right, so I have a known working floppy drive externally.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see if it'll format a disk. This is the one Garth sent me. I know it works because, oh, I know it works because I've actually booted an OS from it, so it should work. So if it'll initialize the disk, then I know my external enclosure is fine, and I'll put the original floppy drive in the external enclosure and see what it'll do. Ah, bad sector. Try a different disk.
Oh
Wah,
no!
wah.
I don't know anything about Amiga stuff. That looks cool though. I'm gonna be on mute for a minute. I'll be
Okay,
right back,
no problem.
guys.
No problem.
All right. Well, it looks like I gotta go. Oh, of course, I left my box of floppy disks upstairs.
Oh, I hate when I do that. Yeah.
Of course. Well,
That's
it looks
what
like
that.
I'll have to go run upstairs and grab a floppy disk. But as for this disk,
That'll do it.
I mean, it's a bad disk.
It's bad disk, yeah. Yeah, I've been
All
thinking.
right, so here, Dave, make me big.
Okay.
Make big.
Make big.
Let me focus a little bit here. Focus.
What is this thing?
Goodness gracious. Focus.
There you go.
Anyone know what this is? Anyone in the, maybe someone
That's
watching?
funny.
I think Retrotechy knows.
Oh, I know. The hard drive adapter for the PS2 and network adapter.
Okay.
This is a little adapter dealy bob that adapts it so you can use this SATA drive in it.
Oh, okay.
And that way you can put, game images on it. So I'm gonna set this up. It's for this beast.
I've never had one of those, so I didn't know what it was. Okay.
EST.
We've only ever made it up to the Wii.
Yeah, my daughter's
This is a few years before the Wii still, so yeah.
My daughter's got several PS things.
PS2s?
Consoles. I think she's got a 2 and 3.
I have all the PlayStations except for 5, but I rarely play them. I played the heck out of PS2 back in the day though. But yeah, my son plays on the PS3 and 4, but yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Step 1, remove the cover from network. I looked at the instructions here. I don't actually have to go look up.
Do you have any game Nintendo stuff?
So I need to. What's that? Oh,
Do you have
Nintendo. Yeah, actually,
Nintendo stuff?
yeah, I have. I don't have an original Nintendo. I did back in the day, but I have Wii's and a Wii U. Except my Wii, I need to change the caps on my Wii. But and we have a Switch too. And then I have a bunch of those little little emulator boxer ones, right? The reboot ones, which are great. Actually, I got to give one to my daughter too because she doesn't have a Super Nintendo one. I bought 2 of them. I bought the they had I got the regular US one, but then I got the European one that has the different enclosure on it, the actual European enclosure.
Yeah, she's got some of the Japanese carts and she doesn't have a Famicom that's too old for her, but she's got something that she can play. I don't know, it's a Japanese version of whatever.
Oh yeah.
Mostly Game Boys, things like that.
Well, the cool thing, I'll be able to download just images and play them. There's a few games I want to play that I just don't own. And then, quite frankly, to be honest, I want to I just want to kind of spare the life of the optical drive in this thing and just be loading them off our SSD. It's not really much faster, my understanding, but I don't know.
Hey, anything you can do to keep it up to date, right?
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
I'm just doing a update on the Catalina. I haven't had this running for a while, other than when I put the screen in it, or the screen cover, I should say. It's nice now because I don't have that anti-glare screen on it anymore, so I just left it regular. So the view angle is much better now.
Back to your view. See it. It's stuck.
Justin went to go get some more diskettes there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got more discs, and this drive Garth sent me is complaining that Track Zero is bad on a bunch of them, which I'm having trouble believing that I have had 4 bad discs in a row. Although these were new old stock discs, so maybe they are bad.
That's high density stuff, right?
No, these
that
are double
pre-
density. I've got double
Double
density. Yeah, these are double density drives. I guess let me put Garth's drive internal and see if it'll format one of these disks. Because maybe it doesn't like being in the external enclosure.
Yeah.
It might be jumpered wrong for the external enclosure.
I really gotta. I got my Mega 500 all cleaned up. I cleaned it like top to bottom. Got it all running with the floppy immune stuff, and got some stuff on it. And I need to explore it more. I never used one, back in the day or anything, and I just don't know that much about it. What games are good or not, and it's not like my Commodore 64. I just don't have a lot of nostalgia with it. But it's really cool though. It's like the games look great, graphics are amazing, audio.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Commodore. I mean, I see videos on it all the time, and like what is it? Parafractic. Watch his videos a lot. He's really into the Commodore stuff, and it is a pretty neat machine. I'm just downloading this update because I'm on the regular Wi-Fi. I'm not on the 5Gs, so it takes a while.
You're on the Wi-Fi.
What, did you have lunch, Retro Techie?
Took a nap.
You took a nap?
Yeah. Taking too long.
Adam might be right there, Justin. Maybe your floppy disk is upside down.
A very personal thing to say to another man, okay? Let's see if this works. Again, this was made at Apple within the last 20 years, so whoever was working on this stuff.
It's not my fault. I tried.
Weren't you BFFs with Johnny Ive?
Did you ever see him, Garth? Johnny Ives?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, it's generally in the cafe.
Yeah. Oh,
Cafe
yeah.
Max or something. It's always interesting. I gotta say, looking back now, thinking like they'd see him and Steve out there having lunch or whatever, or Phil Schiller, and just wonder what the heck they were talking about now. Back then, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, why is that guy over there, Garth, staring at us every
Why
time
is
we
he
get
staring
lunch?
at us? Actually, it's funny because I don't have great eyesight, so the joke at work was like, we'd be sitting outside at lunch, and this is in the inner quad in Loop, right? So the cafe was on one side, and then kind of across the way, across the grass and stuff was aisle 1.
Oh, it's like an app, Justin.
Yeah, maybe. The problem is the cable in this external enclosure. I was having trouble putting the floppy drive right side up. So maybe it was just because it was upside down. It's formatting this disk. Now, I think one of those disks was bad because it gave me something other than Track Zero bad error. It gave
the
me...
one you threw is bad now.
Yeah, well, the 2 I threw are bad now.
Oh, okay.
Before I realized, wait a minute, something else is going on.
Yeah, last time I burned CDs to do stuff, I think I went through 4 or 5 before I figured out what was wrong.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. That's my box of Maxell double density discs. Yeah, this one's formatting, so...
I can hear it clicking all the way through.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely sound it is. Click, click,
Yeah.
I got some verbatim discs I picked up that were new. Still have the plastic sleeves on them.
That's cool. Yeah.
It bonged.
It means you put it together right, Richard Techie.
Or it's going to melt down in the next couple of minutes. Let's see temperatures.
You remember when we used to just throw these things away?
Ooh. Oh, wow. Okay, now this disc is bad, but just not track 0.
Huh.
Track 77's bad. Amiga won't format it. That
Uh-huh.
also means it's not useful for me to keep for making images, because... All right, well... I'm going to...
You know, maybe I should read the documentation on Virtual PC instead of just poking around.
Reads the instructions.
That would make too much sense. Why would
Yeah.
you want to do that?
Well, I'm converting a drive because it wouldn't install on it
Yeah.
to a fixed size drive.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to make any difference. And it's taking too long. I'm probably going to have to stop playing around here and make dinner.
There's a project.
People are going to get hungry, start complaining.
Just take forever for this thing.
I can hear the drive formatting,
It's booting Workbench right now.
doing whatever it's doing. Boop, boop, boop.
All right, so I have the drive Garth sent me is the internal drive that I just booted from.
Sounds like a duck.
Yeah, that. And that was the original drive that I put the...
All that brushing noise too.
Meh.
It's like somebody's
Okay.
petting a duck.
Actually, I think I now know what's wrong with the original the original drive that was in this.
It's broken.
It's
You're very observant, Justin. Very good.
Fixed, yeah.
it's stuck. It's stuck. It's not tracking. That's what that quacking noise was the stepper trying to step from track 0 to track 1, and it was not stepping.
Well, there's your problem. Yeah.
He was slapping the disc.
I don't know what that it wasn't stepping. So there's something wrong with the
Stepper?
stepper. Yeah,
Stepper's not stepping.
the stepper's not stepping. That would probably explain why it's not working. I know.
Virtual PC.
And it probably means I'm not going to be able to fix it because...
Yeah.
Throw it away.
I need a new stepper motor.
It said it would only take a few minutes to convert this drive. Still waiting.
Obviously, there must be a shorter version of that, Eric, somewhere, right?
Right. Actually, I probably need more memory. I wonder what the max is this thing will go to.
Hey, what kind of RAM does that use? Do you know? Oh, here, I'll look it up.
Memory RAM? No.
Green.
Do you know the exact model of it? Like the exact
Yeah,
model?
it's the dual USB 800 megahertz.
Oh, the first gen. Oh, the first gen one. Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, I think if I go bust on this Amiga floppy drive testing, I may just have to go grab a G4 from upstairs and join the crowd. Now everyone in the
Just-
chat's probably like, just go do that anyways.
Casually mention that you can just go grab another machine and work on it.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Mine's done.
Well, this is an Apple channel, so
I mean, it probably would be only appropriate that I work on something Apple related again, but Dave did say random projects.
yeah.
I'm working on a PS2 adapter.
It's all good.
I mean,
It's
I
all
mean,
good.
I did at least start with something that's, well, I guess I think my webcam is backwards, but it's Apple related.
So your floppy's backwards and your webcam is backwards?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, apparently so.
Like a double negative.
Mm.
That's why I'm having so much trouble on the workbench.
I'm just rolling this big booger around my Apple II.
Oh, that's disgusting. The way you describe it is just horribly disgusting.
That's what it feels like.
That sounds wrong on so many levels, but you see what you're doing, and it seems
I mean, this
like
looks
it's
gross. It looks
Yeah.
gross when I started. I think it looks pretty good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look pretty good.
And no ultrasonic. I don't want to ultrasonic something that works and doesn't have any, leakage on it. It's
Especially
just
something that
dirt.
old, yeah.
Oh, it looks pretty shiny.
Jay said he's got 8 battery backups tested. Only one needs new batteries.
Nice.
He has 8 battery backup.
So what did you need for the iBook?
It's a G4, right?
Yeah, no, it's a G3.
Well, G3.
G3s are all
megahertz.
clamshells.
It's not a clamshell.
No, there's a few generations.
There was.
So what does it show in like system preference or Apple System Profiler for the
I've
model
got it
identifier?
on right now.
Like the A number.
I'm sorry, which?
Like usually there's a A, like A1281 or whatever.
Oh.
Right? Is that what you're looking for, Garth?
Yeah, or actually, I'm trying to find the PowerBook, like a PowerBook 4.2 or 4.1 or whatever.
Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah. Or you can go to About This Mac. I think if you hit like Option and click the thing, it shows you that, right?
Yeah.
Depending on which
I'm
OS.
just trying to
you're
think
in.
if the old one in Mac OS 9 actually shows that. I think it does.
Not sure. It's been a long
Oh
time.
yeah, right. Okay, 800. Okay, let me see here.
Hey, this goo also
Or-
picks up random bits of solder.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, this stuff works out pretty good, even though it's disgusting.
Okay, so it's PC 133 memory, and you've got 2 sticks. Okay, that's easy enough.
Well, there's one that's
One's built in.
soldered
Yeah.
on. The other one's free. So there's only one.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, built in.
So I think the max is 600 and some odd.
Yeah, I should probably put 512 in or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me look to see if what I have, because I was just digging through there earlier. I'm sure I've got something I could send you.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Because at least you put like a 256 in there, that'd be plenty. Like, you know what I mean? If you're at 256 right now, that's actually not horrible, but if you want to like kind of push it a bit, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's got 128 megabytes of SRAM. There must be a 30 on the board.
Yeah, there's, I think that, like he said, there's some solder down.
Yep. Oh god, putting memory into these things. Oh, wait a minute, that's not too bad. You just take the keyboard off.
Oh yeah, I think it's right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Field, and then the airport card.
Yeah, you'd be able to get to all of it there.
Right. It's the hard drive that's a pain.
Yeah.
I had to swap the hard drive out. This came stock with a 30 gigabyte hard drive, but it lasted about 3 boots before it gave up the ghost.
Yeah. It's probably the original one in there.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a very similar one to that one then. I have the 700 megahertz one.
I mean, it's not a bad machine. It's got a backlight cable issue. You have to position the screen just right, or it.
Oh, okay. Oh, jeez.
That's you. You do literally have to take the entire thing up to change that cable.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Apparently, it was a very common problem with them.
Well, the board I just cleaned is running a copy of Load Runner, and it seems to work fine.
Oh,
Perfect.
Again.
Darn it. Oh, figured out. Yeah.
I think this mouse is going to because the trackpad works fine. No,
Here we go.
except it's not working. Either.
Gosh, that game is such a good game. It really is. I used to play the heck out of that back in the day. Play the heck.
Heck. All right.
All right, I'm gonna try one more thing. I may have just figured out what's going on here. So I bought 5 external enclosures off eBay, and I tested them the other day. And I had the brilliant idea of just taking one where the floppy drive looked like it was running at the wrong, it wasn't running right, thinking that it's something wrong with the floppy drive that was in that enclosure. It just dawned on me there are some 74LS logic chips on these enclosures. What if the problem with that particular case wasn't the floppy drive in that particular enclosure, but the 74LS logic chips?
Oh,
Because I don't know exactly what they're doing. So I'm going to try an enclosure where the floppy drive worked and see if I can format a disk with Garth's drive in that enclosure. Because I know Garth's drive works. It'll boot the OS. But
Of course it works.
Yeah, of course it works.
I never tried it.
Oh. oh, yeah. Now Garth reminds me. I actually never tried this drive.
Oh no, I never tried it. Remember, I just pulled it from the system, and then I have no discs. I literally have nothing. So,
That's
you know,
right. You
like you said,
did
you
tell
can't-
me that. You did
Yeah.
tell me that, and I forgot. So
Well, that's
you've
funny.
reminded
Yeah, sorry.
me.
So I have no idea if that drive works. That's what I was asking you. It's like I think you said at one point, you're like, yeah, I couldn't image the disk, but the drive worked. I'm like, oh, cool, great. So yeah, that's hilarious.
Well, I mean, I think I could see how a floppy drive could be able to read a disk, but not write it. So
Yes. Yeah.
maybe there is something wrong with it. But maybe it'll work for reading, because the one that was in this Amiga won't even read disks. So I guess that's a 50% improvement. At least I could read disks.
That's all you need.
You have another drive to write to disk. There you go. You have it fixed.
Okay. It's a neat little adapter I'm still working on, but this is the fiddliest fiddling of anything at the very, very end. This is hilarious. Oh,
Oh, your little adapter.
the camera on me. Just the pressure. No, you gotta get like these screws
Don't
in
screw
here,
it up.
and then there's like little grommets and stuff, and
Yeah.
nothing's like mounted right. Oh, folks.
So out of those, all those boards, Adam, just one works, right? Or you get
2 of them work sort of, but have issues, and one of them has. It's like it works, but when you run the diagnostic, it tells you the ROM's bad. And it does act weird. Like if you try to write a basic program and run it, you'll get errors
yeah.
inconsistently.
Oh. Come on. There you go. The Mini is now running the live stream. Well, not running it, but playing it.
Oh,
cool.
okay, good. Cool.
Ultra low resolution.
What year is that Mac Mini?
That's what, 2006, 2007?
Okay.
It is using Arctic Fox for 10.6. Here, I'll show you the fanciness. Share. Screen one. There. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
The infinite loop.
You like that?
Oh no.
Is it too much? Alright, I'll get out of that. Alright.
This joystick is not calibrated right.
I'm looking you up, Dave. You're on rumble.com?
I am. I'm on Rumble. Yeah.
There you go.
That's the Canadian version of YouTube.
Is it? I've never heard of it. I'm playing your...
You should know. You're in Canada. You should know it, man.
Canada.
Canada.
Add in 2 seconds.
I don't have all my stuff up there. I just do it occasionally, but yeah, I have a few things up on it.
Oh, here. You want to watch your video?
Get double viewing hours. That's how it works, right?
There. Why is it doing that?
I don't know.
Oh
That's
crap.
not what's on the screen. Oh, hold on. Stop sharing. I have a ID. Okay. Here. Now it should work. But you're not going to hear anything because I just have video plugged in, not audio. Well, I could put the volume up on the mini speaker, which is super loud. Play.
What's your DP? Your resolution on that?
Yes. That's what it is.
480.
480. Okay.
But I'll see it together.
This joystick I found that's barely after Apple bought the company.
Uh-huh.
Still works like brand new.
Really?
Yeah, it's made in USA. That might be part of it. That's when we used to know how to build stuff. Apple Computer 20525 Mariani Avenue.
Huh?
USA. Tragic.
Yeah. Rumble's definitely different from
This is
way
playing
different
much
from
better
YouTube.
on this than YouTube.
Yeah, their commercials play differently. I'm monetized on that one. So.
No, but even like for some reason when I was playing the live stream and it was like way lower resolution than this. This is 480p and it's chugging along.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks a lot better now. Yeah.
And I have, let's see the temperatures. 63 on the CPU pushing this.
Okay.
A little headroom, but you can see it over here. 30% idle. Yeah. How much RAM do I have in this? 4 gigs?
That's all you need.
Who would ever need more than 4 gigs?
I don't know. I got 64K over here and I'm happy.
Exactly.
That was massive memory back in the day.
Franken Mac.
Yeah. It's what we get right here. It's taken an awful long time to do this update on this thing. Sorry, we'll restart it here. I think it was froze up.
Oh, fixing Apple Pro speakers.
I need to sell like 3 Macs, and then I'm gonna use the money to buy a 3D printer.
Yeah, those 3D printers are pretty cool. I'm just waiting for them to get big enough that when you just print a whole case in one piece. There you go.
All I need for now is enough to print a 9-inch CRT bezel.
Oh, there you go.
Ongoing G3 to G4 upgrade.
Yep. It's ongoing. Dostu can never figure it out.
Dostu does a lot of cool stuff, though.
He got it. Three CPUs later, then he determined it was the L. He went to the L3 cache in it, and but it's still. He said it's still too flaky. It's not reliable. Sometimes it'll boot up just fine. Sometimes it won't. You won't get no video out on it. So he said, he goes, I'll just send the board back to you. I said, just keep it. I go, if you ever figure it out, just let me know. Because I actually sent an iMac, a stripped down one so he could do testing on it. So
Okay.
yeah. But when I first got it, it worked for about 3 minutes. And I was getting ready to do the video on it, say, hey, look, we got a G4 in there now, and it wouldn't boot up. I go, oh, man. But like about your Mac here, it said PowerPC G4. It was pretty cool. But anyway.
I got an SC30 with an 040 in it. Does that count?
There you go. That'll work.
You've ruined it. It's ruined.
You can push
Weird.
a button and make it go back to the old way.
Yeah.
030's still in there.
You got the accelerator card in there. That's very nice.
That reminds me, I had my first Mac was a Quadra 630, and I actually had eventually gotten the PowerPC upgrade card for it, which is a joke. Obviously, it's like 66 megahertz 601, and an assistant that's running a 6040 30 megahertz or 33 megahertz already. So, but the cool thing, like you said, I could just flip a switch, right, and software switch, and would switch back and forth between the two, which 90% of the time I ran the 440, right, so it was actually faster, right, for what I was running.
Yeah.
But sometimes I wanted to kick over and try stuff. And... All right, let's need to.
Do you know what software you need to install on that PS2 to be able to do things with that properly?
Don't you just turn it on and format it off a
No,
CD?
but no, but I mean, like, if you're gonna load it up with games, though.
Yeah, I bought it all like 6 months ago. I don't remember it even at this point. No, I got a one of the memory cards actually with it already has the stuff on it and stuff, and I converted boots and stuff.
It's like McBoot or
It's,
something.
free
MCBoot.
McBoot.
Yep.
Hey, you guys have to get one of these giant Ziploc bags.
Put it
You
up
know
your
why?
head.
No, it's for
You
this.
fit your entire board.
Oh,
in it?
yeah.
That's it, yeah.
Put those big, ginormous boards in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if that's the board you just cleaned, yeah, you want to keep that one clean.
I'm actually going to ship this off to somebody I owe the board to tomorrow. So,
You're sending it to me?
nope.
You're finally sending me that?
I need to find another Apple IIe board now.
If only.
Yeah, this is cool, because really, I'm happy I finally got this thing put together. I have everything else ready to go. I got to go download stuff, but there's a couple of games I wanted to get to download. And definitely, I've never played Simpsons Hit and Run. I hope it's good.
Yeah, just figured out a problem with this enclosure, that the floppy cable is backwards in it. So I kept trying to put Garth's drive on it, and the Amiga would hang as soon as it read track 0 side 1 of the Kickstart floppy. It would just hang. So I then decided, well, let me put my GoTech externally to see what happens. And the GoTech actually gives you an error on the screen if it thinks you've got the floppy cable upside down. And that's when I realized, oh, that's the problem. And yeah, once I inverted the floppy cable and it's booting. So let's see. I'll make a note.
Well,
I've
that
got a
works.
label. Yeah, I put a label on all these drives where I can keep notes on their quirks. So I'd better make myself a note for later that the floppy cable is backwards in this enclosure.
Is there a market for empty Apple II cases?
Huge. Yes, of course. That's a good one.
I have several that are in various stages.
Well, I'm sure you would have no problem selling those. Because somebody
And I
might
have
want
one-
a case.
Like if you can see on my camera on this one, there's it's like almost perfect, but right here where the little thing juts out where it says enhanced and has the power light
It's broken off.
is snapped off. Other than that, I mean, it needs a retro bright, but I don't know what to do about that.
That'd be so cool, Adam. To if there was a little square OLED display, you could fit into that spot there, right? And it would actually, I don't know what it would say, enhanced or maybe a floppy EMU, right? Some sort of interface for that, or I don't know. It's small though, but it's too
What
small.
if I could put another key there instead of the power light and have it do something like change floppy disk images or something?
Yeah. Don't panic button. Yeah.
Hey,
It's
this
actually kinda funny.
motherboard works. This is actually a machine I got from, I think I got this one from Ron. He just had a big pile of old broken Apple IIs, and he's like, hey, you want all these?
Oh, jeez.
This one had no keyboard in it and no power supply, but the motherboard apparently just works. Sweet.
Cool.
Run it through the ROM test.
I'm gonna take off. We're gonna have supper soon, so have a good rest of your 4th.
Hey, you
Everyone.
too, Retro
Bye,
Techie.
Retro Techie.
Thanks
See you,
for
Yeah,
hanging
we'll
out.
Techie.
We'll see you later, Retro Techie.
All right. Talk to
See
you
you,
later.
Jim.
All right. Bye.
I'm just gonna call him Jim.
Call him Jim.
Damn it, Jim.
Jay calls him
Hey.
over.
So on this, one thing this ROM thing does, I know you guys can still see my thing here. There's a keyboard test, and it gives you this cool little map where you can type each key,
Oh, that's cool.
and so it's easy to test without having to go type a bunch of crazy stuff. Oh, caps lock's not on. Oh, the I key is bad on here. Oh.
Well, Garth, that drive you sent me, I just formatted a disk with it. So it actually
Nice.
does work. Yes, very nice.
Just because that cable was flipped then, huh?
Yeah, the whole problem was the first enclosure I tried, I just walked over and put a note on it. I think the LS logic chips are
It's pretty neat.
bad
Adam.
in it.
Pretty cool.
Because there's like 2 Jelly Bean logic chips on the board in these enclosures, and I bet one of them's bad in that first enclosure. And then, yeah, in the second one, I had trouble initially getting anything to work in it because the floppy cable's upside down. So the red stripe
that
is
might be
pin
it.
34.
Right.
Told you your floppy drive was upside down.
Boy, that's like someone just, sabotaged that for you. Right?
Yeah, I know. It's like, we know someone's going to use our enclosure some 30 years in the future to do something, and we're going to put this thing upside down.
Or somebody else, somebody was in there, right, and put it in wrong or something, or yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll have to put the enclosure on the cam after I've disconnected things. I'll show you how cheap the boards in these enclosures are. But I can't show you right now. But yeah, the boards in these enclosures are so cheap. It was obvious there was a race to the bottom of cost on Amiga external floppy enclosures.
Well, it's kind of disconcerting, though, that you can get the ribbon cable. You can put it in either way.
Yeah, that's no good.
No.
Yeah, I know.
You'd think they do it, but it keyed it.
Like, here's your floppy drive. It comes in a Ziploc bag.
Well, it's
Pretty
sort of
much.
sometimes, but
See
there's
if
no
this works.
the
So this is
cables.
the thing you
The drives
have to
usually
test with.
Okay.
This is the only way you can test a modern computer.
So I'm now going to try the original floppy drive in this enclosure, because that last enclosure, if those logic chips were bad, that might be why it wouldn't step.
Well, yeah, if it was plugged, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
'cause
no,
it's
the first enclosure, the cable was correct. So they put the cable with the stripe on the correct side. But there's like 2 jelly bean logic chips on these boards in these enclosures, and I think one or both are bad in that first enclosure. So I'll have to order some jelly bean logic chips. I mean, that's assuming I can fix it, because these are... Oh. Okay, this drive may still be having issues, because this is a known working formatted disk, and it's telling me it's bad. So I bet the original floppy drive is toast.
No, I'm going to sign off. I got to go make dinner.
Okay, Eric. Well, thank you
Thanks
for
a
hanging
lot.
out with us.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
We appreciate
See you,
it.
Eric.
All right. You have a good
Bye,
one.
Eric.
All right. Thank you
Bye.
much. Bye.
All right. Anyways, if anyone's wondering what these Amiga enclosures look like on the inside, so here's
Wow.
the. Yeah, I know this is
Bare
like
bones.
Wow.
it
I mean,
is
what else do you
bare
need,
bones.
though, right? I mean,
So, anyways, this is how cheap these things are. So, there's the cable that comes, that's hardwired, the 23-pin cable. It's hardwired. The PCB, there's no solder mask on it. I mean, there is no solder mask on it. They're using solder to protect the copper.
Wow.
There's 2 logic chips in here. The floppy ribbon cable looks like it looks like they took the half of the IDC cable, and instead of putting the, I guess the piece on that protects the pins, they soldered it to the board. So that's like, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
And then this is like the jankiest power connector in the world. So that is a third-party external Amiga floppy drive enclosure.
okay, so that's what I was going to ask. Was this one made by Commodore? Or, yeah.
No, it was not. This one was made by...
Yeah.
I don't know, because there was no label on it. So instead, this one had a sticker that someone had put on it.
Imagine being a computer company and being cheaper than Commodore.
That's probably why there's no brand name on it. I know, Commodore I did get pretty cheap there at the end.
Wow.
So anyways, that is an external Amiga floppy drive enclosure. Okay, I've had enough fun with the Amiga. I think I answered my question. I'll reply back to Joe and mention that I did try the program that I was sent and concluded that there is something bad wrong with the original floppy drive. So that's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
And maybe he'll probably we'll see if he can put me in touch with the person that had the idea to send me the disk image by means of Joe. So
Yeah.
I think since this is Dave's Vintage Apple Tech channel, it feels only right that I pull a Apple computer on the bench.
What do you got?
Yeah.
I got a Miro Drive Doors that I picked up on
Ooh.
Friday. So
Nice. Okay.
let me go upstairs and grab it.
Sweet. All
So
right.
you can make me small because I'm about to
Okay.
go upstairs.
You got it. There you go.
See, did great. Yeah, I'm gonna bail too, Dave.
Okay.
See y'all.
All right, Garth. Thanks
Bye.
for hanging out.
All right.
Have a
We'll
good
see you later,
Fourth.
Garth.
This thing has done so many backups. This Catalina install on this thing.
For why?
What's that?
Why?
Well, it's a 2012 Mac Mini in it, and I thought, well, I just put the highest operating system it will support natively, and Catalina is it for this, unless you want to use the patchers. But I hadn't updated it for a while, and it's about done doing the update. Finally.
Cool. I should pull out this VIC 20 and just be against the Apple crowd here. I was putting away that ugly shell, and I just saw like 20 sitting there. I was like, oh, I forgot I even had that.
Well, I'm putting the
There we
Amiga
go.
away, so you won't
Now
be
we're back in.
exceeding the stream limit of one Commodore.
So now we're back. Now we're good. Okay. Your Mac is up to date. Yay! All right. Get out of there. Here we go. All right.
I just realized that was the last of my giant Ziploc bags. Oops.
Yeah, I got it. I have to get some more anti-static bags. I'm down to my last one. It was not bad though. Those lasted me for like about 4 years, so that's pretty good.
This Amazon bag might work. Probably not. Nope. I do have one more Apple II GS board here too.
Oh, okay.
Curious what happens if I try to run this off of the Apple II power supply. I haven't tested that yet. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, broken Apple IIc parts. So this is what happens when you've used an Apple IIc keyboard or parts, and you've ended up removing every single key switch on it.
Oh, wow.
It's just a board with a ribbon on it.
Yeah. Those have all the ALP switches on, right?
This was actually the Crummy switches. I took them off to... oh, no, wait. No, that was ALP switches. I took those off to repair a whole bunch of other keyboards. And I just found another Apple IIe board I didn't realize I had.
Oh.
This one is missing 2 RAM chips and a processor. So that's not going to work. Okay. Oh, and a battery bomb 2GS, which is it's given its life for parts scavenging.
Boy. Now, where did they put the batteries in those? On those, they were on the motherboard there.
Here's a 2GS board right here.
Uh-huh.
This one had the battery right here on the left.
Okay.
And when the power supply is in the machine, you cannot see it.
Oh, wow.
So you can even see a picture of one of these sometimes and be like, oh, it looks great. But this whole part here is obscured.
Because of the power supply.
Yeah, and usually what happens is all this right over here gets eaten up.
Okay.
It usually doesn't get all the way down here where the main chips are. I usually blow up this one chip here, which is just like a logic like an LS chip that's easy to find. And then all these other components actually are still findable. But it just, if it goes far enough, it'll eat the connectors on the back. The other one I don't want to touch right now. This is all just like with rust pile back here.
Wow.
And you can't buy some of these connectors anymore.
Yeah. Wow. That's a shame. It's amazing that they would put the battery in there like that. Obviously, that wasn't, they weren't thinking about the longevity of it, right?
Well, they had said that those batteries would last 10 years and then 20 years without leaking, but we've exceeded that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been, what is it? Almost 35 years since that computer came out. All right, so this and this.
So I guess it lived up to what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. So anyway, this 2GS board I have here is an upgrade style board,
Uh-huh.
which means that it has the connectors for a 2GS case, but it also has the connectors for a 2E case. So it's one of the
Okay.
ones that would go in a stealth, to where you can put the motherboard into a 2E case with the proper pan on the bottom. So these are desirable. The main difference is that there's 2 power connectors for the 2 different style power supplies,
Yeah.
and then it has 80B for a keyboard on the back, like a regular GS, but it also has the old 2E style ribbon cable and single row connector for the numeric keypad. So you can hook up the 2E keyboard right here, and then the speaker on the 2 systems is the same.
Huh.
So I was going to see if this thing works. Does it? I don't know. Doesn't seem to do anything. Did I have this hooked up wrong? Oh, you know what? See this thing?
Oh, you got to plug it in.
You need one of those.
Yeah, I've done it many times.
Okay, there. Power on. Yeah, that works.
I thought it was wireless power.
So on the 2GS, if you hold down, I think it's both Apple keys, then you get it's just like the thing on that 2E diagnostic board,
Uh-huh.
but it's built into the ROM on here.
Oh, that's cool.
Here, I'll show you. So it runs through all this crazy mess. And it gives you numbers at the bottom to show you which thing it's working on at the time.
Okay.
I think it's doing the graphics right now.
Okay, cool.
And then there's a number flashed up. That's doing RAM tests. Now it's doing the sound, I think. And if it all works, I should hear some beeps out of the speaker here in a minute. Well, if this passes, I'm putting it up for sale tomorrow.
Cool.
There it goes.
Oh, okay.
And then system good.
Nice.
Yeah. I really need a new speaker for testing because this one is blown out and you can barely hear it.
They just have the one little speaker on them, like all of them do, right? Yep.
Yeah, it's the same basic thing as what's in a Mac. It's just a little 8-ohm whatever speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, this speaker's no good either. But it's a ROM 1. And the thing that's funny is this board's really not worth all that much, but the fact that it has the extra connectors on it makes it worth a lot more, because people who want to do a stealth, who don't know how to solder, are pretty much stuck if they don't have these extra connectors. And these are not really super trivial to add if you don't know how to solder.
Yeah.
You know, these giant IDC connectors.
Yeah.
And this particular board has a funny backstory to it too. This was actually Javier's originally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he sent this board and another board in to Joe for repair. And Joe asked if I had some parts, so I sent him another board that I had, and I said, "Here, just take parts off that." And he ended up using my board because it was in better shape.
Yeah.
And fixing it and giving that to Javier.
Yeah.
And then
I just never. Well, I'm sorry. I got on YouTube on this other computer. So.
Okay. Anyway, he ended up being able to fix this one too. So instead of sending me back the junk board that he had already sent out, he sent me this one, and it works fine. But what's hilarious is that this one has the factory soldered stealth connectors. So
Wow.
I ended up getting a different other board to use in my 2GS, and now I'm going to sell this one as an upgrade. The only thing I can find wrong with it is it's missing a lug on the video jack, and that's it. So I'll have to find one of those.
Cool.
I can probably steal it off one of these dumpy 2E boards.
Oh yeah, those are kind of generic, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same part on a PC too.
Yeah. That's pretty neat. Well, like I said, later on in the year, I'll ask you about the 2GS because I think that's kind of out of all of those, I think that's the one that I kind of like the most.
The 2GS will run the most software in the Apple II line
Mm-hmm.
because it'll do all the 8-bit stuff and the 16. It's the only one that'll do the 16-bit stuff,
Yeah.
and it's got a lot of stuff. It's got a lot of stuff built in, so you don't have to add a whole bunch of interface cards or anything.
Yeah.
Like on this 2E board here, I have to add a disk controller, mouse controller, 80 column controller, serial port cards, all that. This 2GS is like, it still has the slots, but it has all this stuff built in the back. It's sort of like a Mac SE. It's got two serial ports. It's got mouse, or no, ADB mouse, joystick, floppy drive connector, and a RGB video. So it's all just on here.
Nice. Yeah. Very, very all integrated on there. Yeah.
Yeah, this 2E board here is my, what I call the donor board. Anytime I need a part for a 2E,
Mm-hmm.
I steal it off of here because there's an internal break in the logic board.
Yeah.
So it's not repairable. So
That's a shame.
I mean, it might be, but not in any reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
So I just
Toby.
stole the joystick lug, and I'm putting it on here as a video lug.
There you go. Very cool.
Nobody will ever know.
Like I said, they're kind of generic, so makes
Yeah,
it good.
I gotta clean that, but otherwise, that's a good $300 right there. I can use that
Nice.
towards my 3D printer I want.
There you go. Which three you decided which 3D printer you're gonna get?
I'm stuck between two, and I'm not sure which one I want yet. I couldn't tell you the names either. I have them bookmarked.
Mm.
The two
Anyway.
popular ones are the Ender 3 and the Prusa i3.
Yeah, I think those are the two names I have floating around on my bookmarks.
The Prusa I would recommend just because it's a lot more reliable. Like if you just wanted to like work and not have to tinker with it, the Prusas are pretty reliable.
Okay.
The Ender is kind of like hobbyist, more of a hobbyist thing. So you have to. Yeah, they're reliable, but it's like at some point you might just have to spend some time to troubleshoot it if something goes wrong. But
Yeah,
I think
Cool.
I believe they're both based on the same like platform almost,
Okay.
and was just kind of more the Prusa is kind of more polished, I guess, and that's it has some nice add-ons. So it has like auto bed leveling and fun stuff like that.
Oh, that's nice.
This Blue Scuzzy says tested 6/10/2021. I don't remember where I got this one.
That was me.
Is that from you, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless it doesn't work, then it's not me.
This one works fine. I pulled it because I want to upgrade the firmware on it. And I have to do it through the old SD link on that one, and then this one in the green thingy, I already upgraded. So this is going to probably go in either Hulkintosh or a regular SE.
Okay. You have a what do you have in your Hawkintosh now? You have a Blue Scuzzy in there now?
Right now, there's nothing in it because I pulled this out.
Oh, okay.
I'm waffling between putting this back in or putting in this this raw SCSI, because it has this back panel, which is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm probably going to put this in the real SE30, like the regular platinum normal one, which is probably the machine I'll mess around with more. That I don't feel uncomfortable taking apart all the time.
Yeah.
And then in the Hulkintosh, I think I'm going to put the 040 upgrade and use this back panel plate would be for the color video card output.
Mhm.
And then I'll
Cool.
use a SCSI US or what is it? SCSI to Ethernet adapter externally if I need network.
Cool. Sounds
So I
pretty
realized
neat.
I really don't need to have Ethernet on the machine permanently. Once I have all the junk on it I want, it's not even going to web browse on there or something. So
Yeah. Cool.
and then I can use a Quadra 700 to do conversion to local talk, and I can always plug local talk in if I have to.
Okay. Do you have a lot of your computers networked together, or?
Most of them, the 2FX, the 700, and the GS are all on Ethernet, but the stuff on the older desk is not, like the regular Apple IIs, and a lot of the pluses and 512s and SEs and that stuff are not. But I do have all the cables to hook them all up by local talk, so I may do that and just have a local talk segment.
Oh, okay. Well, I think Justin's got his MDD there.
Yeah, it's time to see what it is.
Ah, cool.
So it is a
Yeah,
dual one.
I'm going to go on mute. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a dual 1 gigahertz PowerPC G4. Let's go to more info. All right. Yeah, it's good that Adam was full screen while I let this thing boot, just so I could make sure there was nothing on the desktop that had something that might identify who owned this before. So it is a PowerPC G4 2,1, which I believe is well, it's not the FireWire 800 because there's no FireWire 800 port. So this should be one that can boot OS 9 natively. It actually came with 2 gigabytes of RAM installed. I was not expecting that, but then again, the seller didn't take any internal pictures. Yeah, it's the 167 megahertz bus. It's running Tiger right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess that's...
Cool.
Take a look at what... so it looks like someone has installed a DVD rewritable in it, because I think I think this one shipped with or maybe it did ship with that. And there is a 80 gigabyte hard drive installed. There's actually 2 hard drives installed, and interesting. Someone has unplugged the second drive. I didn't notice that. And obviously, because it's a mirror drive door, it is ludicrous speed go on these fans. It also probably does. Yeah, it doesn't help that I also have the door open, which I should probably close that. But let me shut this thing down and plug this other hard drive in, and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I'll go to the...
It looks like it's not too bad on the inside there.
Actually, it's filthy dirty.
Oh, is it? Okay. From what I see.
From where you see it, I think the keyboard is covering the...
oh, now I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's... I was... my story, and I'm going to stick to it, is that I was actually easing people into the dirtiness of this computer because it is just filthy. Yeah. I'm going to have to take it outside and...
use the leaf blower on it. There you go.
Use the leaf blower on it outside because it's filthy. So let me see if I can plug this hard drive in that's unplugged, and I'd be curious to see if it works because it's a 300 gigabyte hard drive.
Oh.
So that could,
it's a system that has on it.
It's probably data, although it might be unplugged because it may have crashed at some point. It may not be a working drive. But let's see here. I hope it's not a case of someone unplugged it because they thought that's how you wipe the data from it. So you might want to when for the first boot, I'll have you make me small so that if there is data that gets mounted on the desktop from this drive, it's not readable on stream.
Jay says, finally a good Mac. There you go. Hey, Joe. Yeah, why don't you join in? I sent you a link on Twitter yesterday.
Oh, let's see here if I can't. All right, I'm
You've
going
been
to
super
turn this
busy
to,
all day. Okay.
yeah, I got to turn this to where I can actually remember how in the world you remove these drive trays. It's been so long since I've tried to remove one. Okay, you flip the lever and you push down or pull up. All right, we will. Okay, I just need to rotate this
Yeah.
on around
Yeah.
because I can't get the bracket out. I don't know why, so I'm going to have to resort to.
Adam says use a crowbar.
Use a yeah, I might need to use a crowbar. I think someone might have welded it in for security. I'm hopefully joking.
I don't know. I mean, on like the 5,1s and before that, you just open the door and you just they just slide right out. I don't know if that has a screw in there to keep it from coming out. I don't know. On the sled there.
Well, there was a screw there to hold it in. It looks like the screw head stripped off. Let me see. There might be another. Actually, I may not be able to remove it. I don't know.
Adam says there should be a single screw that holds that metal drive bracket in.
On the top,
Yeah, I think it's on the top.
the screw head stripped off.
Okay.
All right. Well, I just plugged this 300 gig drive back in, so we'll see.
He said it's in the center of the bracket.
Yep. I saw where the screw head should have been.
Okay.
It's the screw head's gone. I saw a brass, what looks like the brass part of a screw, but there was no screw head on it. So, unfortunately,
You might be able to take a real thin screwdriver, stick it in there, and just rotate it just enough to where it'll clear that and then slide it out.
that's probably what I'm going to have to do. But I don't have an appropriate screwdriver at the moment. So, all right. Maybe if I have the door closed, it'll be just a little bit quieter. Maybe.
That's a pretty wild looking keyboard there.
Yes, it is a. Uh-oh. You hear that beeping?
Yeah.
That sounds like Garth's, kind of sort of like the beeping that Garth's was doing. I bet that 300 gig hard drive's bad.
Yeah.
Because it didn't do that when I powered it up without it connected.
Yeah. It could be why they disconnected it. They couldn't get the drive out of it because they broke the screw off.
Ah, looky there. The volume. Oh, yeah. Yes, if it looks like I am trying to read the screen at an awkward angle, it is because.
Either that or it's a bad hard drive cable.
That could be it too. All right, well, let's see what System Profiler shows. Oh, about the keyboard, it's a Logic keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
I picked it up on eBay at some point. It's actually for Final Cut. I think it's got the keycaps for Final Cut,
Oh, okay.
but it's an Apple keyboard that had keycaps replaced on it.
Oh, okay.
So it just looks wild, but it's actually an Apple keyboard. Because I tried using a Dell keyboard and... So yes, this is a Maxtor Saber.
Yeah, Trina's had a bad drive cable in it yesterday when she had her stream. Changed it and it booted right because it wouldn't boot. It would hang up in the OS, and finally she just changed the cable and it booted up fine.
Yeah, in fact, actually looking at the drive, notice that, so here's the Seagate that it booted from. Notice it's showing me a capacity. This Maxtor drive that was unplugged, there's no capacity showing. It looks like macOS does not like this drive. All right, well, let me see if I can get this bracket out, because I'd like to pull the drive out. I might find a way to... because actually one of the other things I just thought of is, yeah, it could be a bad cable, but maybe they're both jumpered for, like, master, or both jumpered for...
Oh, yeah.
One's for cable select and one's for master, and...
Yeah.
So that might do it too, although I can... Although the good thing is, when I went thrifting on Friday after I picked this computer up, I actually did pick up one of the 80 conductor IDE ribbon cables at the thrift shop for... I think they wanted $2 for it, and that was probably a bit high, but maybe it's good I did, because I might actually have a spare cable for this computer. I mean, it's not for this computer, but it would work on this computer. It's obviously a PC one, but hey, I guess if this cable's bad and I need one to get it up and running, then
yeah. But that's weird. It's weird it was making that sound, though. That's strange.
And that was just like what Garth's was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's making weird beeps.
Yeah, you heard that. And that's what Garth's was doing. That Garth's iMac, it was making beeps very similar to that.
That's
all right.
Weird, because I've never heard that before, and to hear it twice in one day is just
I know, that is crazy, right?
I know. I didn't realize these would do it. And I've never had this model of mirror drive door before, but back in the day, I had a FireWire 800, and I'd never.
Yeah, they're both G4s too,
and
so it must be maybe something in the G4 era.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Yeah, I am.
Hey, Justin, that keyboard you got, is that laid out for like Final Cut now, or like the old one from like OS 10.5 and stuff?
It's going to be Final Cut, as in the old
stuff.
Before Final Cut 10.
I wish they would make a keyboard like that for the new ones. I haven't seen one.
I've seen them, but they didn't. Not for I prefer this keyboard style to some of Apple's newer. I think I've seen them, although I don't know that they make them now. But I've seen them show up on eBay. Yeah, this drive bracket is.
I posted my fixed Apple II power supply on Twitter, and I've got 47 likes. So I could get $1 per like.
That's my logic. Anytime I buy something stupid and I post it on Twitter, I'm like, if I get $1 or if I get one like for every $1 I spent, I can justify it.
Right.
Well, then I should post this on Twitter. I'd only need 40 likes. Because I paid $40 for this G4. Ow. Oh, there we go. I just realized why the bracket wasn't coming out. It's because Justin was doing something silly. I was trying to push the bracket down because I forgot which direction it moved. You have to push it up. All right, so this Maxtor hard drive is jumpered for Cable select.
Okay.
Is that the one that was making it crash?
Yeah. And let's see, actually, I think the other one's jumper for cable select too. So I'm wondering if let's try something here. Let me take the cable that came with the Mac, and I'm just going to plug in this MacStore drive in the primary position outside the case, because I would actually like to hear if that beeping is coming from the drive or the Mac.
Yeah.
Because Garth wasn't able to do it because on the iMac the speaker is just stupid, crazy difficult to get to, but in the Power Mac G4, it's I actually can see the ribbon cable to unplug it. So let's see. Yeah, I know. So I can actually unplug the speaker, the internal speaker. So let's and I'll let Garth know what I figure out because he'll probably be interested. Actually, he'd probably just be interested to know that we had it happen with a different G4 on the same stream.
Yeah. That is crazy.
All right. I'm also going to pull my headphones off so I can more clearly hear the beeping over all the fans. No beeping.
Interesting.
However, the MacStore did not spin up.
Maybe it's just bad.
I drive.
It's a bad drive. It didn't even spin up at all. All right. Now I'm curious, so I'm going to plug both drives in because I would like to hear where that beeping's coming from. So I think the MacStore drive failed and they just unplugged it. It's probably so. Oh well, I guess I don't have a 300 gigabyte IDE hard drive.
Well,
all right.
I'll give you $5 and you can buy another one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, those are probably about a dime a dozen. Oh. Weird. It's actually not even it's not even powering up with that drive plugged in now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, that could be.
Does not like that drive.
No, it does not.
Can I ask how much you paid for this MDD?
$40.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, they were asking 50 and I offered 40 and he said deal.
Nice.
And he was on time at the meeting place too.
Oh, good.
I got there early just because I wanted to make sure I didn't get stuck in traffic, but he got there on time, so. And then I went in the thrift shop afterwards because I met him at one of the parking lots of one of the thrift shops. Okay, so yeah, it looks like that MacStore is dead now. So I guess maybe I'm not going to figure out where that beeping came from. Oh well.
As far as I know, the MacStore doesn't have any speaker or anything, so.
Yeah, I don't think it does, unless that was the voice coil, but that'd be really, really weird.
Yeah.
I think it was probably coming from the Mac. And I'm kind of wondering if Apple didn't document the beep code very well because they wanted you to go into to call Apple Care and.
Is that the two drives are both on the same bus with cable select?
Yes.
Okay.
I might try Master Slave and see if it does any different, but I think the drive's dead. Yeah, I think actually the drive's dead, and I think it's like that one time I powered it up, I think shorted. I think the drive's something on the drive shorted now.
And maybe it's marginal. I would
Or maybe-
I would remove the drive from that system and then put it on another system that you know is good, just to see if
Yes.
it does something.
Yeah,
But
I'll do that.
I mean, it's just a 300. It's not like it's like you found the Ark of the Covenant inside that machine or something.
Yeah, seriously.
Terabyte. Yeah.
Yeah, if I found the terabyte IDE hard drive, then yeah, it would be something, because I don't think they made drives. Actually, I don't think there's one of those. But yeah, it's just a 300 gigabyte. It's nothing super special. It was kind of one of those, yeah, it would have been nice if it worked, but
Hey, Dave, how long are you going to stream for?
Maybe till let's see, probably another 45 minutes, maybe.
All right. Well, I'm going to take off,
Okay.
and I got to do something. And if you're still going when I come back, I'll jump back on. But otherwise,
Okay.
Appreciate letting me come on and work on some stuff with you.
Hey, absolutely. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for joining today. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks. I'll see
All
you
right.
guys
All right.
later.
yeah, we'll
Okay,
talk to you
sounds
later,
good.
Adam.
Okay, bye.
So anyways, if anyone's wondering about that Mac store, I don't think there's anything special about it. It's just a Mac store, Diamond Max 10. Yeah, I'll find a system that has IDE that I know is working. So that'll be a later project to check that out.
Yeah.
Give
But
me
it looks. I mean, for the way it was acting, it acts like it is a bad drive. So
yeah, but at least the drive that's in it is a Seagate Barracuda.
oh yeah, those are a lot better than those Mac Store drives.
Yeah, that might actually be a 10,000 RPM drive. Or at least a 7,200 RPM for sure.
Yeah, it's 7,200.
And it's got an Apple logo on it too, so
Actual Apple drive.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's an actual Apple drive. I'm looking for a date code on it to see if it was date code 03106. Well, that might be the original drive. I'll have to see if I can figure out when this system was manufactured. I guess I'll have to go to Apple serial number info or whatever the website is. Look it up. All right. Well, I'll pull the Mac store out. I'll take a look at it later. But at least it looks like I got a good 80 gig hard drive to go with this
Yeah.
in this
yeah.
system. Yeah, that's good. And a super drive.
Yep.
And actually, let me look at the label. I was looking to see, because oh, yeah, okay. It did ship with the super drive, and it looks like it did ship with an 80 gig drive. So this quite possibly is the original drive, although I guess maybe AppleCare had to replace it. May have replaced the drive at some point.
Mhm.
But it is an Apple drive, so it is at least, if not the original drive, it was probably replaced under Apple warranty. So that's always nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just the Radeon 9000 Pro, which is okay. I guess at least that card will work with OS 9. It's not the best card, but it'll get the job done until I can find something better.
Yeah.
It's got a 56K modem in it, so that I can just imagine what it would have been like to connect to the internet on it. And that's about all I can do with that. It doesn't have an airport card, and it would take the original airport card, so I probably won't bother. I'll just use Ethernet. And then it's been upgraded because it has 2 gigs of RAM in it.
Yeah.
So it'll be good if I'll probably use this for Mac OS 9, just because it natively does OS 9.
Yeah. You
Because
could do,
I've got a FireWire 800 that for OS 10, so I'll probably wipe this at some point. I'll probably just install OS 9 on it.
Yeah.
See if I can find the factory restore disks.
Yeah. You find another drive too. You could have OneDrive OS 9, OneDrive OS 10. You can do that too. That's what I did on my 5.1. You can't run System 9 on that, but I have like let's see. Well, I had what was it? Leopard on it. I think was the oldest I could run on it.
Oh.
And then, but I have the Open Core on it. So right now I'm running. Let's see. I have Mojave on it. On one, and then I have on one partition, or actually on one drive, and then on the other I have High Sierra. That's what it was. I'm trying to think of. But I plan on putting more SSD. I'm going to load up all the bays and just have different operating systems on them.
Actually, I think the power supply in this unit might be marginal. So I bet I may need to service it, because I just had trouble powering it up, and I don't have that bad drive in it. Or I did something silly. I had to unplug it and replug it in, and then it powered up. So, anyways. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to do a check here to see if there's any special software that was on here. Maybe get an idea of what it might have done in its life. If I can do so. Actually, if you wouldn't mind.
It says it has 9.2.2 on already.
Oh, here, let's do this. System preferences. And let's see here. If I can remember, startup disk.
Yeah, there you go. It's got System 9 on it. Yep, restart it and see.
There we go.
An OS 9. Cool.
Yeah, so I bet this 300 gig drive they probably just had data on it.
Maybe, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't see anything obviously wrong with it. I mean, I might cable it up and power it on again and see if I can get the Mac to do those beeping noises just to confirm it was coming from the speaker. But yeah, I'm looking at this drive, and honestly, I don't see anything about this drive that could have made the noises loud enough that it would have been coming from this drive. So I suspect it was from the internal speaker. And actually, I think there's something wrong with the OS 9 install on this drive. Because I'm at a flashing question mark screen. All right, well, let me,
Let's do it.
I guess, hold that option.
You say do it. You could go into the bootloader on it. You know, when you power it up, hold down on the option key there.
Yeah.
And see if it'll let you get into it that way. I've had it sometimes where I just had to reset the PRAM on it, and it worked fine. So.
Yeah, I don't have a PRAM battery in it at the moment because I pulled it out.
Oh, okay.
Just because I didn't know how old it was, but it probably was original. And if those batteries are guaranteed not to leak for 20 years, I mean, this computer would be right at 20 years.
Yeah. Yep.
So it was time to remove that battery before it decided to go kablooey. Because this computer, oh boy, it would be I don't know if you could repair a mirror drive door that had a battery go off in it. That would be challenging to say the least. There's so many traces.
Jay's the master on those boards. So.
Yeah.
A repair.
Yeah, if a tantalum goes in this Mac, then I'll ask Jay. I was like, Jay, hey, I got a tantalum that blew a hole in the board. Want to give it a try? And he'll probably be like, no. I'm only doing that once. That was my board. Okay. Well, I guess let me see. Because it said OS 922 was on this drive. And
All right,
where's
I'm gonna
this?
take off.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for having me on the stream, though, Dave.
Oh, hey, Tom, no problem.
Yeah.
Glad you could hang out with us and
Made
spend part of your 4th of July with us here.
I made some progress on the Apple III. Now it has memory issues, so I've been working on that.
Okay.
So
All right.
got the power supply fixed.
Oh, good.
So now I'm just working on the memory. I need to order some chips for that.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Well,
All
enjoy your holiday, guys.
Okay, you
All
too.
right.
Have a good rest of your holiday. All right.
Take
Thanks
care.
for hanging out. All right.
Thanks for
Bye-bye.
having me.
Yep. Talk with you later. All right. So I thought I'd bring up disk utility just to, because actually the 922 disk seems to have OS 9 on it. There's a system folder.
Yeah. You're doing the. Yeah, that says volume passed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess there's something wrong with the OS 9 install. Because it didn't see it after I set it as the startup volume, so I guess there's something wrong with it. Something that actually let me try starting it up in OS 10, just to do the run classic mode. Let me see what it does there, because that might actually give me an error if there's something wrong with that system folder. Because classic mode won't start, but that would be one way of checking the install without checking it. Although I'm going to check this disk. I'm checking this disk too real quick, just because maybe the problem's on this disk.
And you know, they could have damaged. They could have messed with the folder on OS 9 or something to keep it from getting into it natively.
Yeah, and it's also possible that whoever owned this computer, in an attempt to delete data, because so far I haven't really seen any personal data, they might have just trashed things left and right just because they weren't sure it had their data in it. So,
yeah. Oh, it says
the
needs
OS
repair.
the OS 10 disk needs repair.
Oh,
interesting.
okay, repair it. Hit the repair disk permissions.
And you can't in Tiger. I have to boot from a Tiger disk.
Oh no, you could hit repair disk permissions and see if it'll do it. If it can't do it, it'll still just give you an error code.
Okay. Well, actually, that was verified disk, and it was telling me it had an error. I wasn't doing a verify permissions. That was a verified disk. You can't. This was before you could repair the disk while it was live. So I'm not sure repairing permissions is going to fix the problem.
Hear those fans ramping up.
Yeah. I think
it's going through it pretty quick.
Well, it's a Barracuda hard drive. I kind of expecting to be
It's
somewhat snappy.
corrected a couple things. It's correcting things.
Okay, well, maybe.
Okay, fix them. So the permissions are fixed.
All right, well, let me see if classic mode will start. Because that'll give me an error if it...
Yep.
An error that I might actually be able to... Well, I don't know that I'll necessarily be able to fix it. I don't have... But at least it might give me a clue as to what's wrong.
Yeah.
I don't have restore disks for this computer. Also, I don't remember my FireWire 800 ramping up this bad. So I guess the FireWire...
It's starting up the window.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It's slow. It takes a little time, but yeah.
Well, I kind of expected it would boot natively into OS 9, but I guess... I guess there could still be a problem with the system folder, but not that prohibits it from running in classic mode. Wow, there were a lot of extensions installed on it.
Yeah. Ooh, codec color processor.
Oh, I was kind of getting hints because there's this color burst rip installed.
Yeah.
And some other clues that whoever had this machine was doing photography, maybe? Because they looks like they had a Epson
LFP remote panel.
Yeah,
Epson
they had an
printer
Epson of
utility.
some sort. Actually, let me see. I bet I can tell from what printer they had installed. Let me see if there's a printer. Yeah, let's see. It looks like they had Adobe PDF installed, so I bet they were doing Stylus Pro 7800.
Ah, that's what they had.
I think that might be a higher end printer. Maybe they did do photography or desktop publishing.
That could have been what that other drive was used for.
Yeah, that might be. They might have had their data there, because
We
there's
have iMovie, iPhoto.
Adobe Acrobat 7 Professional.
Yeah.
There's that color burst rip.
iDVD.
Macromedia Freehand.
Google Earth on there.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Wow. That's old. Oh. Wow. Firefox. Although I'm going to be really careful if it launches. I mean, it's not connected to the internet, but I'm not going to go through their bookmarks or anything. Although, if you see me, if Firefox will load, I'm just curious what version of Firefox it is. .6.13. Wow.
Yeah, it's old.
That's all. That's like 2010. I think the copyright date was 2010. So this computer hasn't been used for 12 years, probably.
2013, 2015. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. They had Illustrator, InDesign, PageMaker, Photoshop. They've used this for OS 9. They had OS 9 versions of the Acrobat or the Adobe apps.
Yep.
So, Freehand.
Office 98.
Yeah, wow. Quark Express. Yeah, they use this for desktop publishing in OS 9. Epson
Pantone
5000.
color system and door application folder.
Yep. Actually, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. This was their desktop publishing computer. They used OS 9 versions of apps as long as they could.
Yeah.
And then I'm wondering if the problem was this hard drive failed, and if in 2010, I mean, you couldn't have just gone out and bought an IDE hard drive. They'd been off the market for I think were off the market at that point, or at least were expensive. I bet they just at that point said, well, we might as well get a new computer.
Yep.
Hard drive failed. They said, well, we'll just get a new computer.
Back in that day, that a new drive would have probably cost you $500-600.
Yeah, especially one this big.
Mm-hmm.
So they probably just bought a new computer. I guess we could only hope they got a new Mac.
Yeah.
Probably at that point it'd been an Intel Mac, and then they probably just, or then again maybe whoever had this retired or whatnot.
Yeah.
But it's also possible they just used this as long as they could. Maybe this drive failed in the intervening years just for misuse or non-use. But
Well,
I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, but I bet this drive failed. They just decided to get a new computer because this drive is.
Well, because they had this one for probably a long time, and yeah.
So
time to upgrade. They might have got a new Mac Pro. Who knows? You know.
Hey, they might have, because this would have been 2002, was when this was released, I think. So it looks like this might have been a late one. This might be because I know after when the G5s came out, Apple did go back to selling some of those mirror drive doors for people that needed to run OS 9 apps.
I'm on Mac Tracker right now. Let me look here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't know if the dual 1 gigahertz was one of the configurations they offered it in, because I thought when they did that it was just the 1.25. They had one option that you could still get if
What
you
was
had
that
older
one? That
apps.
was what was that? That was a 2,
Dual-
1. Would you say it
Yeah,
was?
2,1.
Let me look here. Let me find it here. Two comma 1. Okay, introduced in April of 2007. Discontinued in January of 2008. Mac Pro 2 comma 1.
Power Mac 2,1.
And let's see here.
It's a Power Mac 2,1, not a Mac Pro 2,1.
Oh, hang on here.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, getting the right one. I thought I was on that one. Never mind. Hold on a second.
Yeah, yeah.
Get the
I
right
kinda,
one here. Hang on.
I'm not looking
Okay.
at the chat, but I was kind of seeing the chat in my mind screaming that.
Yeah, let's see here. Okay, so let's see. Power Mac G4 graphite. This is a 1 comma 1. Let me look. The next one here. That says 3 comma 1. Let's see. Let's see here. I see the 1 comma 2, 3 comma 1.
Oh,
Huh.
you know. Actually, I'm on everymac.com. I'm actually going to look up the serial number. It just helps, though, to type the serial number on the keyboard of the computer that's connected to the internet.
Because the 3 comma 1 was introduced in July of 2000, or excuse me, 1999, and it was discontinued in 2000. Graphite. Look at the other one here.
I'm doing the Google CAPTCHA. It's having me identify all the images with crosswalks. So one of their Google's self-driving cars is coming up to an intersection and needs to know where the crosswalks are. All right, so every Mac, because I don't remember Jay's URL, I'm gonna have to write it down and put it on a sticky note at my bench down here, or bookmark it, or both. So the Power Mac.
Oh, here it is, right here. I found it. It's the drive door. All right.
Yeah, it's a Power Mac 3,6.
Yeah, I got it right here. Yep. Introduced in 2002, discontinued in 2003. Let's see. PowerPC 7455, or you could get it in the version 2.1 also.
I looked at the wrong number. I looked at the CPU type, which is a PowerPC G4 2.1 instead of the machine model, which it is a Power Mac 3,6. So the chat's probably been screaming just when we looked at the wrong number.
So yeah, you get the 2.1. So you get the let's see, 32-bit architecture, cache, 133 megahertz dual. Is that 867 megahertz or the 167 megahertz dual 1 gigahertz? So how many gigahertz was that one? The CPU on it was a
1.
1? Okay, so it's that one there, the 167. And it came in either 60, 80, 120, and they were 7200 RPM drives.
So yeah, this came with the 80. So it looks like they got a little spec bump when they bought it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they picked the standard graphics card, because they could have also picked an NVIDIA GeForce 4 Ti, but they went for the Radeon 9000 Pro. But it looks like they did go for the 80 gig hard drive and the dual 1 gigahertz.
Yeah, so the original OS was Mac OS 10.2 and Mac 9.2.2. The later OS, then the 10.2.1. And then the maximum is basically Leopard you can put on it, but I would put Sorbet Leopard on it. and then let's see here. So yeah, so it's open firmware like the rest of them were. Maximum memory is 2 gigabytes.
And it has, and they've upgraded it, so it has. I can't go any further because it has 2 gigabytes of RAM in it.
Yeah, that's the max. Yeah, built in. You can go, yeah, 2, and then has graphics cards, the NVIDIA GeForce MX, or you could get a GeForce TI or a ATI Radeon 9000 Pro.
Yeah, they have the 9000 Pro in it.
Okay, all right,
So
cool.
yeah, it looks like they got the middle of the road. Probably served them for a long time. Retired it.
And this is FireWire 400. It has 2 FireWire 400 ports on it.
Yes.
Nice.
So yeah, and it works.
Yeah.
It's noisy, but it works.
Yeah. Well, that's the well, you know, truthfully, if you clean it and all that stuff too, it might help with that. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. I think I can also probably. I may replace the fan because I know Apple had a program at one point that's just long since expired. Because with my FireWire 800, I actually took advantage of it when I've had it back in the day. That Apple had a fan exchange program.
Yeah.
And they, and in fact, they would send you the fan for customer installation. You just all you had to do was tell Apple that. My fan's noisy. I want the replacement fan. And they asked, are you comfortable installing it? It was actually at the time where they would actually send the customer parts for installation. I had no problem installing it. I said, yeah, I'm comfortable installing it. So they sent me the replacement fan. And
cool.
I don't remember if they wanted the old fan back, but I don't think they did. Because that wasn't the only thing that back in the day when I had the FireWire 800 that I bought new, that needed replacement. I remember them sending me some that I asked for another part for a failure, and they it was also customer installable option. So, but I remember that whatever that was, I did have to send back the old part. I think it might have been a hard drive or optical drive.
Cool.
So, but yeah, that is really cool that this works.
Yeah. I think that what you paid for it, pretty good deal.
Yeah, and it's in decent shape. The rubber feet on the bottom are the rubber's gone, so it doesn't surprise me that as old as it is, the rubber came out. But other than that, the plastic's in good shape. It's not cracked. I mean, it's got some scuff marks on it, but it'll probably clean up nicely.
Yeah, no, it's the MDDs. Those are a lot of people like those just because of the front of it. You know, very unique looking.
Yes, and yeah, I like the look of it. I mean, the Quicksilvers are nice. I mean, I had I guess back in the day, the G4s I had, I did. So I had the mirror drive door. And then at one point, I think, I don't remember at what point, because it was a long history of G4s that I had. Because at one point I had a digital audio 733.
Okay.
And at one point I had the digital audio dual 533. And interestingly enough, I think I don't remember what order I had them in. But anyways, because actually I think some of the slower ones I had after the fast one. Because I had a PowerBook G4 1.67 gigahertz. So it was like the 15-inch. That was a really nice PowerBook.
Nice.
I think I bought that. That's right. So I had the mirror drive door FireWire 800 dual 1.25. And then at some point I bought the PowerBook G4 1.67 gigahertz because I wanted a laptop. So yeah, I traded down on a number of cores, but I had a laptop for a while. And so yeah, this will be cool. It'll just be another G4 for my collection. So now
Yeah.
my G4 collection is this dual 1 gigahertz. I've got a FireWire 800 dual 1.25 gigahertz, and then I got an iMac G4. It gets the 800 megahertz. So it's just the 15-inch screen.
Well, all you have to do now is just give it a good cleaning, repaste it, and all that good stuff, and it'll probably run a lot quieter when you do that because I'm sure it's never been repasted. So.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
good.
for sure.
$40 fine. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I know. I saw it on. Just happened to look on Facebook Marketplace at the right time and made a successful offer.
Yeah. Retro Techie says, "Oh, you guys are still going," and then Apple Anonymous says, "Hey, is it morning or evening?" It's evening here. It's 4:14 here on the West Coast, and for Justin, it's a little later than that. So
yeah, it's 7:14 here.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, I think we're gonna wrap it up here, and well, we had a lot of people here today, a lot of projects going on, and yeah. So we had. Oh gosh, we had Adam, we had Garth, we had Retro Techie, we had Eric, we had Tom, you, and so yeah, so we had a pretty good turnout, pretty much all through the stream here. Except the last hour, people start going doing their family things. So, but yeah, very good.
Awesome.
So yeah, so thank you for sharing your 4th of July with us. And I just thought this would be kind of a fun thing to do. There was a lot of streams going on yesterday, plus the one you were doing, and watching you putting that Chicken Lips light bright board together.
Oh yeah, and it should be fixed now. So hopefully I'll be able to plug it in and I'm going to update the thumbnail so that there's actually the picture of it on the thumbnail. But
nice.
It should be fixed now. Yeah, I had that one resistor that apparently I didn't realize the lead was bent too severely when I put it on, and until I looked at it this morning, I'm like, wait a minute, one of my LEDs is out.
That'll do it every time.
And it came back on when I bumped the resistor. I'm like, yep, it's probably the resistor, not the LED.
Yep. So anyway, I just want to thank everybody that's been in and out of the chat today. We've had quite a few people in and out, and like I said, I invited a lot of people, but being a holiday, they have family things going on. But I'm glad that we had all the people that were in here today. And like I said, we all did different things, and well, I think we all pretty much got everything accomplished. So that's good.
Yeah.
So yeah. So all right, guys. Well, you have a great rest of your 4th of July. Don't burn yourself on any sparklers or anything.
Yeah.
And just hang out with me here until after the stream here, Justin.
Yeah. Or soldering irons. Don't burn yourself with soldering iron.
Absolutely, yeah. Or the hot air rework station.
Yeah.
That will leave a mark too.
Yep.
Okay, guys. So bye. Have a good weekend. Have a good 4th. Bye-bye.